fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude.
Fuck it, I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley liar, dude. What a fucking... Holy fucking...
What the fuck?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We are live and alive. And I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MDs are having a fucking fantastic one, because today's a very special day, very beautiful day. It's 85 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles. It's a Thursday, folks. It's Thursday, 1:25:36 p.m. August 25th, 2022. And I'm, of course, late and later than I thought I was going to be, mostly because of Ethan motherfucking Klein. That's right. I had to do leftovers, which I love doing, obviously, and I'm very fond of. However, you know, sometimes I just get stuck and can't get unstuck when we're in the groove, when we're just spitting hot takes. Leftovers chat was especially horny today. What the fuck? What is this? Anyway, listen. Hi, Dad. I'm in Ohio. Help. Yeah, I don't know how to do that. Listen, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news and what's going on in my life. And, you know, usually that on Thursdays means I'm going to tell you exactly why I'm fucking late. You know what I'm saying? And the reason for that is because I was shooting leftovers last night. I ended the broadcast, and you know, after playing a little bit of fucking Valorant, I went to play some basketball. And unfortunately, even though we were cooking fools up and down the court, it was stopped abruptly. It was stopped abruptly as a consequence of some interlocutors coming into the court. Oh, that's fucking wonderful. Anyway, hold on. But you know, I still got a little bit of a workout in. Went to sleep early, woke up early, and shot the leftovers episode earlier this morning until literally like 12:40. We love you. No one cares. Let's get to the news. Let's go. Let's get to the news. 12-month subscriber. Thinking you have ownership over my life. I like to do this the way I like to do it. Suck me, okay? There's 9,000 people in here. I like to let the audience come in. Let it matriculate, okay? You have to understand that there is a process to this. If I just blast right into the fucking news without blasting off, without doing all this shit, while there's only 9,000 people in here, the remaining day, when 40,000 people in here come in, they're going to say, hey, have you covered this story? Have you covered this story? Have you covered this story? Hurry up. Have you covered this story? Did you get to this story? Do you know how many fucking people? Do you know how many fucking people would come in here if I started covering the news like right off the top? We haven't even brought in the fucking normies in here. They do it already. But the reason why it's not like incredibly fucking annoying for you is because I don't do it that much. I wait until I take people in. Okay? Get to the part of the broadcast where it tells you about your personal life. Well, there's not really much going on in my personal life anyway. I did talk to both Aiden Ross and Gideon last night, which is interesting. Both prominent members of the W community. I literally was, they both FaceTimed me randomly. Aiden FaceTimed me randomly to ask me about what the difference between liberals and conservatives are. And then Gideon FaceTimed me to ask me about like an Ethan Klein take apparently, but with the Andrew Tate ban, I feel like a lot of these Zoomer adjacent content creators that otherwise do like funny stuff are, you know, throwing their hat in the ring on politics on the political side. Lamau, I hope you told him there's no difference. I did. Gideon is a racist apologist. Why associate with them? Because I'm not you. Okay? Because I see value in like, talking to people who are going to talk to either me or they're going to talk to other people who will then talk to Nazis. So which one would you rather do? Do you want to try and push? Do you want to fucking try and push back against like, alt-right and all these other fucking weirdos that will welcome people like Gideon with open arms because they see it as like a great opportunity to impact the much larger audience that they normally otherwise would never be able to impact or talk to? Should we do that? Should we do that? Shut the fuck up! Anyway, shut the fuck up. You're just a dumb dummy, okay? I'm not actually heated. Do you regret eating the pizza? No, because I was able to like monitor how much I had. I didn't have a lot. But yeah, this is a fat day today. Mark Zuckerberg went on JRE. Trump affidavits. Released. Hogwatch. Debt relief edition. And more. Get in now. Content bonanza. Here, let's juice this real quick. Let's get right into it, okay? After we juice this, I will fucking get into the news, okay? Here it is. Yeah. Mark Zuckerberg is on JRE. Tucker Carlson had some fucking choice words for student loan debt relief too. Listen, I'm telling you right now. These guys it's great. This is good. It's a popular policy, and I can't wait for Republicans to try to like hit it with the negative association ray gun and try to like turn this on how it's actually helping illegal immigrants or something. So Crowder tried that. Hey Hasan, what's your take on Diet Dr. Pepper? Is it the sweet one? I don't I don't drink Dr. Pepper. So. Republicans having the most base takes on student loan relief. Yeah, we're going to do that. Don't worry. We're going to fucking do that. Base Biden on a W spree. Why? Exclusive. CBS News has learned that the Biden administration is moving to make DACA a federal regulation to shield it from legal challenges. Nice. All Mr. Northman, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. All right, juice it, boys. Juice it, juice it, juice it. Here, we'll get into the fucking news because you guys are aching, okay? You're aching. It's fucking Thursday. You want it. You want it bad. You haven't gotten it since fucking 11, which you normally do get it at. So let's quickly move on. Here it is. Mark Zuckerberg on JRE, Trump's affidavits release, Hogwatch Debt Relief Edition, and more. Get it now, Content Bonanza. Just want to start with this one, though. The Macius, thank you for the fat playlist. Goddamn. Goddamn. Hey, I'm a YouTube frog and I was going to ask this yesterday, but I had to wait and talk in chat because I'm new to Twitch, but it seems like people's reasoning against the student loan cancellations, they don't want to pay for someone else's debt. How would I respond to someone who thinks that way? They're not. They're not doing that. It's debt already held by the government, so they're not doing that. You're not paying for anything. It's debt. Paid for already. Okay. Representative Jim Banks. Wait, is this guy joking? Oh my God. Little meme while we wait for the Normans? No. We got this lovely bit of news today that I hope you can cover. Some of our viewers in these states. Abortion is now illegal in Idaho and Tennessee. Texas' trigger ban also takes effect today. Abortion was already illegal there, but now the penalties are stricter. Thank God. Thank God. Anyway. Why'd you say XQC raid incoming? Why the fuck would XQC ever raid me, let alone raid anyone? Did you see Don Jr.'s IG post? Yes, I did. It's disgusting. And it's like perfect for fucking the Republican Party. This has 300,000 likes, by the way. We're going to get to it. Let's just fucking get to it. First of all, oh, God damn it. I can't believe you caught me. I can't believe you caught me. Trainwrecks raid? Now I know that's not happening, motherfucker. Okay. Anyway, listen. Political graph showing a third borrows less than 1K or 10K, so they will have their debt erased completely. We are going to talk about student loan debt today. Okay. I low-key hate this photo because it shows my fucking weird, like, adult forehead lines, which is not a thing that I used to care about, but I do now. Let me address something really quickly. Apparently, H3H3 Leftovers chat is very horny. Okay? And I'll just say it like this. Do you rate other creators? Yes, every night. Once I'm done. And yes, they are smaller content creators. Yes. And then when they're no longer small, I raid smaller content creators. I used to raid Will every night. Now he doesn't need it. He stands alone on his own. He's an institution on his own. So now I raid Nessaway every night. Sometimes Frogan. Anyway, Hasan, not the shirt off. Read them. What the fuck? Hasan looking like Jesus today. Is your top also itchy, Hasan? Hasan looks so pretty today. What's on? When will us non-college blue-collar people get our free money? This is making work so much easier to get through. Weed chat. Hasan looking daddy as fuck. Even more in that hat. Homie was carved by angels. Chat thirsty today. Hasan looking very hot, respectfully. Daddy as fuck. We need emotes of both Hasan and Ethan wearing those hats. 50% of debt should be forgiven. They bought the hats, I think. Hasan looking like baby. Hot, hot, hot. All I'm going to say is this. I love it. Okay. H3H3 has a much more female-focused community. His community is much more, there are many more women in his chat, in his audience. And I personally love it. Okay. Keep it coming, No lies detected. Yeah, they are also women Women are weirdly enough, at least in my experience, women when they're thirsty do it still in a much more respectable way. When my male chat gets thirsty, they say stuff like, I want to shove my dick inside of you, please. Please let me suck your cock. When women get thirsty, they're like, oh my God, Hasan is looking very hot, respectfully, daddy as fuck. What is wrong with you? If you're going to be thirsty, do it respectfully like this. Okay? Bro, let me fucking suck your cock, bro. That's how you... Bro, one look at your tweet replies bruises his falls. It's like, you don't see any of them saying that shit. You don't have to get fucking specific with it, you fucking weirdos. You could just be like, oh, wow, Hasan looks really hot today. That's fine. Okay? You can say that and keep it at that. You know what I mean? What the fuck is this? Don't take my rights away. I'll come. Right wing, conservative. How did you make this already? What the fuck? The arts department. My wife says she wanted to be Eiffel Tower by you and Sean Evans. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. The only thing I'll Eiffel Tower with Sean Evans is chicken wings, okay? I'll do it like, you know, Lady and the Tramp or whatever, where I'll put a fucking spicy ass chicken wing in between us, and then we like meet in the middle as we eat it to completion. You know what I mean? Anyway, could you out spicy wing Philly D? He went ham on hot ones. I mean, I love spicy wings, so probably. If we were less horny, would never get the frying chicken pea quote. Yeah, that's true. Anyway, I guess we can start out with the debt, with the student loan debt relief, and get into it. PPP loan exposed. Yeah, 9/11/8/21. Hasan Piker Twitch streamer. Industry house haver. Yes. My entire industry. My entire industry is house having. Since you're experimenting still with your hair, how about shaving only half for once? Maybe it would be cool. Yeah, how about no? Is this you? You know what's funny about this? Okay, keep juicing this tweet, by the way. You fucking tweet stuff like that, but some dumbasses are gonna take it and think it's real. Hasan, for your ego. H3 chat after Hasan says he wants kids. I'm also a baby. Baby San. Heroin for Hasan. Hasan is so hot, but his takes are so weird. Ladies, call in. It's the ADHD. I volunteer. I volunteer. Hasan, we have a literal child. I volunteer. Hasan's just a baby. I'm here. Hank the dad. Hasan, please give me a chance. Choose me. Pick me. I'm very fertile and ready. It's good that women can have a safe space where they can just be horny, okay, in the chat without it being weird. I respect it. Hi, Hasan. I'm open. Breed me, Hasan. Our children would be pretty and my mom was one of 16. Let's go. Okay, we're not doing it. Okay. There are ladies in there writing that with their whole ass government name, dude. That's the craziest part about it. Coming for the dumpy next. Still at the gym working on that ass. This is my way of indicating the weight is too damn low. Quirked. This is how I fuck Sear's mom, so. Why ratio is extremely offensive and problematic, a thread? This is good. This is funny. But why not DM one? What, you think I'm gonna randomly DM people off of YouTube? What are you, insane? Tate is a low tier, not a top G. Tate is low tier, not top G. What does that mean? I thought this dude was top G, not lowest tier. I think he was like a baby back then, bro. This is 2009. My econ teacher kept saying that the student debt relief is going to increase inflation. Please help me shut him up. He also taught me to imagine telling a veteran with no legs he went to the military for free college about it. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. How do people say this sort of stuff and not immediately recognize how fucking insanely gruesome it is that, like, in order to have access to, like, amenities that every other social democracy offers, you have to have your legs blown off. That's the argument itself. It's like, well, okay, great. You made the incredible point here. Okay? You made an incredible point here, sir, teacher. You're right. I agree with you. And I think that's wrong. You see what I'm saying? Tate and Tucker Carlson, I have a crossover event today too, so that's going to be crazy to watch. The bill is debt relief over 10 years. Inflation isn't going to happen because of this. Oh, yeah, that too, but... Zach Fox bullying JID. Wait, really?
First of all, nigga, when you stop answering my calls, where is the album at, nigga? Quit playing with me. I'm done waiting. And you know I'll wait on a lot of niggas, man. I'll wait on Frank Ocean. I'll wait. But nigga, he is the gay prince of R&B. You short bitch, you drop the album right now. It's up for you, bro. When I see you, I'm snatching that headband off. I know that motherfucker stink, nigga. This tough love, bro. Put the album out and quit playing, nigga. I remember you, bro. We from Atlanta, nigga. I remember when you was buying me and you ain't even have dreads yet, nigga. You look like the famous Jet Jackson. Quit playing with me, nigga. Who you think you is, bro? Drop the album. Come on, bro. I get it. I get it. You look like you got some hee-hee in your DNA. You look like Michael Jackson had a secret baby with a Spelman bitch, but you not the king of pop. Okay? You can't make niggas wait. I'm sorry. And your whole album better be toxic. Fuck shit. I'm sorry, bro. I get it. Kendrick, you Atlanta Kendrick, nah, fuck all that, bro. Fuck all that. We went to APS, Atlanta Public School. APS, nigga, what that stand for? A, he probably stupid, nigga. Drop the album, and it better be toxic, nigga. Every song better be drugs, hoes, and not drinking water, okay? All right. Love you. Bye.
You look like you have a Popeye arm with that angle you're at. I do have a Popeye arm. The Sailor Man. I hate when rappers are stingy with their albums. Yeah. I mean, he's great. They're both great. Wait, is this a joke? Left, communist, right, free market. Bicycles are inherently more right-wing, individualist than cars. Is this person like trying to make an argument for it? No state licensing, no requirement for very heavy state infrastructure, no congestion, no reliance on anyone else, and infinitesimally less likely to kill someone. Oh no, this guy is actually broken. I love that. I love that. Wait, what? If you're gonna try and bang while you're streaming, make sure there's no reflection. Wait, what? Bro, I can't look at that. Are you fucking insane, dude? Bro, did you just link porn? Like, thank God I fucking clapped it before. Man, what the fuck is wrong with 19-month subscribers, bro? I swear to God. I didn't even understand what the fuck that was. Like, I was just like, 19-month chatter, dude. He's like, hey, bro, I know I've been giving you $5 for 19 months, but you want to cash this ban right now? Yo, I swear to God, dude, I'm going to take away link privileges from everybody eventually. You know what I mean? At this rate, like, I'm just going to take it away unless you're like a chosen, a chosen chatter or something. I feel like the past year is you just start winging it. I just... Like, the biggest problem with a 19-month subscriber is that, like, they know the fucking rules, right? They know the rules, but they do it anyway because they have coon brain. Like, he is so cataclysmically, catatonically horny, okay? That he's like, oh, dude, porn, I got to share it with my favorite streamer. I'm not even going to think about the repercussions that it might have on the community and the stream itself. You're just so broken, dude, in the brain. You're like, oh, dude, fuck. Hasan is that teacher that takes away pizza party because a couple kids in the back of the class, they used to be A students fucking up. Anyway, it's crazy that my country, Algeria, a third world country, I have free shelter, food, transport, and education, while you motherfuckers over in America are still paying for y'all education. Bro, why you gotta flex, dude? We got the Algerians. We got the Algerians flexing on us, dude. It's like that joke about Pornhub having a share button. Chat, Algerians are flexing on us. And they were a fucking colony, dude. That's crazy. Good on them, though. Yes, this porn is right up my best friend Hasan. My close and personal best friend HasanAbi Piker. It's right up his alley. He will love this porn. He will certainly appreciate it. Anyway, this bike thing is really funny. Okay. Even in Brazil, we are a shithole, but we have free healthcare and free college, the best ones, to be honest. Okay. We got Hogwatch. People cry, my body, my choice. Well, I say your student loans, your payments. I love that. Says a high school dropout. Is that all you guys have? You guys are full of assumptions. It's hilarious. If you assume I'm a high school dropout, then prove it. No need. First, you're the one assuming with the you guys. Which you are you dumping me into? By the way, did you just like your own tweet? High school dropout, middle school drama queen. God damn, this guy's just like ruthless to this fucking dude. That's what happens. Doesn't matter if your account has like 1,000 followers. If you go viral on Twitter, somebody's coming after you. They're going to dox your fucking family. You know what I mean? They're going to start saying like, you're a high school dropout. Pro wrestler call out over Biden's debt relief. This was fucking awesome and the crowd cheered. All right, let's start off with some positive, yeah.
You little jerks get no respect. We wipe you out like Biden did student debt. Your whole life, other talent meeting. You little jerks get no respect. We wipe you out like Biden did student debt.
Dude, this is gonna be so good. I mean, this is a moment to cherish, a moment of celebration before things like obviously get worse and worse. But you just can't, like, there's no way to counter that. Like, I said it last night. I said it last night on the Aiden Ross stream as well, where he's like, what's the difference between conservatives and liberals? He's like, why would you vote for Biden? I was like, listen, I think Brandon is fucking awful, okay? I think he's awful. So is Donald Trump, obviously. But, like, you know, Donald Trump's ass wasn't canceling 20 grand of fucking student loan debt. Boom. Roasted. Done. Roasted and toasted. Okay? It's true. Go ahead. Tell me I'm wrong. Go ahead. Lie about it. You know out there somewhere, motherfucking motherfucking Donald Trump is just sitting around really upset. Really so incredibly bent that he wasn't the first to get to it, you know? The only difference, wait, what? The only difference between conservatives and liberals is that they are on the opposite ends of the political spectrum? No, they're not. They're not on the opposite ends of the political spectrum. They're literally smack dab in the middle right to far right. But every now and then, you get a fucking, you know, you catch a good one. You catch a good one. Like with Joseph Jebediah Brandon, you know what I mean? He's fucking doing it. He's doing the communism. He said, yes, Holy Father. This debt jubilee will crush the Protestant work ethic. Yes, Holy Father. We will crush the Protestant work ethic. The Hibernian conspiracy is live and alive. At the top of the hour, too. Where there's a 60-second ad break. Yes, Heavenly Father. We will do it. BBC, I'm Irish. All right, I got to do it for him for the one time. Yes, Heavenly Father. Yes, Holy Father. This debt jubilee will crush the Protestant work ethic. But the additional $10,000 that they have, they can use on the top of the hour ad break to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour every hour. Or they can subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting their Amazon Prime accounts to their Twitch accounts to get one free Prime subscription a month. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky, if you got that Irish luck. That's right, here's the 1 minute ad break now. When you taught them well and truly persecuted, what are the sneers and jeers that you loudly let us hear? Yeah. Joe Brandon passed the IRA too, the Inflation Reduction Act. But also, Joe Brandon always working with the Republicans. Which Republicans? Not the ones in American Congress, but the Republicans in Ireland. Arabs 2 by 2, like the Zulus, they had spears above arrows. All right. Don't you think Biden now has an underrated record compared to every other modern president? IRA, Afghanistan, and now debt relief. Yeah, he's doing all right. He's doing all right. IRA is all right. The fucking debt relief is good. Better Afghanistan pullout was really good.
Better bitches, better money, my clothes better, my shoes better. I work harder. Fuck Little Caesars. Fuck Domino's. Better ingredients, better pizza, better bitches, better money, my clothes better, my shoes better.
Dark Brandon taking over after a random Wednesday in August. What do you think pushed Biden to do this? Elections, midterms, his horrifyingly low approval rating. You laying this comparable to Brandon canceling debt? Wait, what? You laying this is comparable to Brandon canceling debt? I don't know why Don Jr. thinks we need peanut butter to suck the dick for student debt relief. Yeah. Anyway, did you cover the Gen Z first senator to be elected was endorsed by Bernie Sanders? No. Jared doesn't think he can die. Wait, what? Another fucking account that has blocked me.
I think that from the last year, the one thing I've tried to put a priority on since I left the White House was getting some exercise in. I think that there's a good probability that my generation is, hopefully with the advances in science, either the first generation to live forever or the last generation that's going to die. And so we need to keep ourselves in.
Wait, what? Motherfucker does not think that this generation is going to live forever,
in
does
pretty
he?
good shape. And then the other thing I like, friend.
He's so fucking weird, dude. Dark Brain and also protecting the gamers, truly oppressed class. What? Sony is raising the price of the PlayStation 5 games console across all major markets outside of the US. They're not raising the prices in the US because they're afraid of the power of Dark Brandon. True. Unlike the PS3 and 360, manufacturing costs of the PS5 and Xbox Series X are not likely to go down much at all. Look, I'm gonna keep it a $150 with you. It doesn't matter if they raise the price of the PlayStation 5 or don't raise it at all, or they make it $1 million. You're not getting it, okay? You're not. You're just not. Like, where? Where do they even sell it? And even if they did sell it and you bought one, what are you gonna do with it? I have one. It has collected dust since it came out. I played like 3 games on it, and like 2 of them were furry baby games. You know what I'm saying? It's just fucking bullshit, dude. It looks good. It looks like an oversized, Spectrum router. And it has just as much utility as a Spectrum router, which is nothing. Yeah, I will play God of War, of course. Got a bunch of Best Buy right now. Once again, proving the point that all HasanAbi heads work at Best Buy. I swear to fucking God. I've talked about this before. Every time I walk into a Best Buy, 3 of you motherfuckers show up like in your blue shirts like, oh, what are you doing here? Buying electronics, motherfucker. What do people do at Best Buy? Every time I walk into a Best Buy, there's a HasanAbi head that works there. Every time. Without fail. You yell at them? No, of course not. Do you plan on watching Tucker Carlson's Andrew Tate interview? Yes, I do. Yes, I do plan on watching it. It's just really funny because, like, every time I walk into a Best Buy, one of you dudes roll up to me and go, oh my God, what are you doing here? Every single time you ask, what am I doing here? What do people do at Best Buy, man? I'm doing what every other person that walked through those doors is doing, buying some shit that I couldn't get on Amazon because I needed it immediately, okay? Yeah, I'm here to steal. One guy equals everyone? No, this has happened in every Best Buy that I've been to, including one in like fucking Palm in Palm Desert. Like I'll literally, no matter where I go in the United States of America, if it might be Austin, Texas, it might be Palm Springs. If I walk into a Best Buy, I know there's going to be a HasanAbi head in there working. And they're going to be shocked that I'm at their fucking random local ass Best Buy. I would be afraid that you finally came to fuck my mother. No, I never watched the Andrew Tate blast off message because why do you go to Best Buy often? I don't know. Maybe because I'm a fucking online content creator, which requires me to get electronics regularly, especially when I'm away from home and I'm doing IRL streams, electronics that I need to get immediately and I can't prime ship and therefore will have to purchase immediately at Best Buy. Anyway. Micro Center over Best Buy. Move near Micro Center, you weeb. I mean, I don't really care. Like, it's not like I have a brand affinity or loyalty towards Best Buy or anything. Jamie Foxx's Trump impression is lit. Dude, I saw this. It is it's too good. It's mind-bogglingly good. Dude, it's God, he is so talented. Holy shit. Here, watch this while I go pee.
People on both sides. Lots of great people on both sides. It's a lot of great people on both sides. Lots of great people on both sides. I know Harry O. He's a great person. He couldn't vote for me at the time. Now he can vote for me once he gets out. I love Snoop D.O. Double G. Great person.
So do you love Death Row Records?
I love
People on
Death
both
Row.
sides.
I love Death. Excuse me. Fake news. I love Death Row.
What's your favorite Death Row record, Mr. Trump?
All of them. All of the Death Row records. Don't try to pin me down. I see what he just... Excuse me.
Fake news.
Excuse me.
Fake news.
Fake news.
Look out for
They
it.
tried to give me the virus. I beat the virus. Why you say they tried to? They tried to give me the virus. Like, who is they? And the motherfucker said, "I beat the virus." They were like, "Fuck yeah, he beat it." Motherfucking Trump, boy. It's a lot of great people on both sides. Lots of great people on both sides. I know Harry O. He's a great person. He couldn't vote for me at the time. Now he can vote for me once he gets out. I love Snoop D.O. Double G. Great person.
So do you love Death Row Records?
I love
People on
Death
both
Row.
sides.
I love Death. Excuse me. Fake news. I love Death Row.
He hits the excuse me, fake news. He does it so good. It sounds like Austin based his Trump impression on Jamie's. No, he sounds a lot like Austin's impression. He sounds a lot like Jack Manifold's impression because, like, it's a good one. What? In other news, Shabibo is pissed. Literally shaking right now. Podcast movement is threatening my right to exist. This is erasure. Wait, what? Hi, folks. We owe you an apology before sessions kick off for the day. Yesterday afternoon, Ben Shapiro briefly visited the PM22 Expo area near the Daily Wire booth. Though he was not registered or expected, we take full responsibility for the harm done by his presence. Wait, what? Okay, what harm could your 5-3 presence have done? Lamont also streamed Fear and Pod. There you go. Juice it, boys. Juice it, boys. Juice it. Güzeli güzel yapan edeptir. Edepli olmayanın sonu Hasan abimin yarrağını yemektir. Saygılar abi, seviyorum seni, adamsın. Eyvallah kardeş. The ratio era is back. Yeah, what, you don't like it, dude? You don't like the ratio era? I'm on my ratio era again, okay? Gas it, juice it. Our ear literally bleed when he talks. He does harm. I would, but my Twitter got clapped today. Why do you have to bring height into it? To be humorous. Ben Shapiro might not see you say he's 5'3", but my 5'3" ass will. Like, okay. Okay, sure. Except Ben Shapiro will definitely hear it as well. So, hey, listen, if that hurt your feelings, think about how much it'll hurt Ben Shapiro's feelings as well. And then you will remember, it's okay. I'm surprised he hasn't blocked you yet. You own him on Twitter all the time. I'm glad that he doesn't. I do appreciate that. I do respect that a little bit. I'm glad my cop dad retired before you could get him. What, with my... Suck him off, your hero cop dad? Anyway. Your stream title is has a typo. It's supposed to be affidavit with a T, not a D. Shut up, nerd. Shut the fuck up, nerd. Anyone who's spent any time in this community knows I ride for my short kings, okay? But manlets, not allowed. There's a difference between short kings and manlets, and it's attitude. You're short, and you don't let that ruin your entire life, and you're fucking confident, and you're a king, and you're a short king. I know plenty of short kings. I've even had them on the podcast. I have a lot of short friends. I can use the word. It's my word to use as well. And I know some manlets. A lot of them are Republican conservative commentators. You're appropriating short culture? Yes, I am. What about skinny motherfuckers? They still kings? Bro, what do you mean? I wish I was a skinny motherfucker every day of my life, so. Okay. All right. Jamie Foxx does an incredible Trump impersonation. Bro, we've lost our sauce, dude. We used to be able to fucking ratio dudes with like 4K, 5K, 10K fucking, we used to be able to ratio them in like 2 minutes. Now we can't even ratio after fucking 5. I think a lot of the short kings have gotten upset that I did this. Stop reaching into our culture. All right, whatever. You juice it too much? Okay, anyway, you've been saying that for the last 2 years. No, you're perfect just the way you are, for real. Horny for you every day, babe. Okay, thanks. You are complaining into Twitter? What? California making moves CNN doesn't like. Los Angeles voters will decide on a proposal in 2024 on whether hotels will have to offer vacant rooms to homeless people. Dude, I love that. Oh my God, I love that. I love that. That's actually fire. Wait, what? How did this happen? Is this like an accident? How the fuck did this actually happen? It's not even a good idea. It's been an idea for a very long time. Yeah, more like W-fornia, dude. Let's go. All right, let's take a look.
Los Angeles County, more than 60,000 people are homeless.
That Tony O'Sullivan. Will it honestly pass, though? Probably not, because real estate developers hate that, and the hospitality industry hates that. They'll cry foul and say that it will... They'll cry foul and say that it lowers their prices. They'll try to artificially keep hotels fully booked. Oh my God. Felix just sent me a text message. Okay, breaking news. Okay. Breaking motherfucking news. Friend of the show, sexy gentleman, the conservative movement's sexiest gentleman, Tom Fitton this dick in your mom's mouth, apparently was giving legal advice to Donald Trump, which is partially the reason why Donald Trump refused to turn over the classified documents. Oh my God, this is the greatest thing that could have happened. Hold on one second. We're going there right now. Breaking news, folks. Literally fresh off the press. Fresh off the press. CNN reports that Trump began taking legal advice from Tom Fitton of right-wing activist group Judicial Watch. Oh my God.
Brand new CNN reporting. Despite Donald Trump's public claims that he's been cooperating with the National Archives, he's been increasingly listening to outside legal advice to do the exact opposite. And now Trump allies are becoming increasingly concerned about a potential indictment. CNN's Kristen Holmes and Gabby Orr are part of the team breaking this new reporting. Gabby, tell us about this legal advice Trump's getting about cooperating with the archives.
Well, Jake, we know some of the folks who have been helping Trump navigate these matters for the past couple of months. You know, Christina Bobb, Jim Trusty, Evan Corcoran. Those are familiar names. But what we now know is that Trump began taking advice from Tom Fitton, who is the head of a conservative legal activism group, Judicial Watch, earlier this year.
For those of you who don't know, classic. I mean, Tom Fitton is a classic man, okay? I mean, this is a big W for friends and lovers of Tom Fitton, all of your moms in general. This is incredible. This is incredible news. I love it.
Shortly after he returned those 15 boxes to the National Archives in January. And what Fitton was telling Trump behind the scenes is really interesting because he was essentially saying, in his belief, Trump had full authority over the documents that he brought from the White House to Mar-a-Lago at the end of his presidency, that he never should have returned documents to archives in the first place, and that if the archives came knocking again, that he shouldn't turn over any more documents. Now, we know that Trump didn't always listen to Tom Fitton because in June, during that meeting with federal investigators, his attorneys did turn over additional documents. But this is, it really speaks to sort of the behind-the-scenes advice that he was getting from people outside of his legal team.
And Kristen, it's not just Trump allies, we should know, worried about a possible indictment. Sources say Donald Trump himself is even posing questions about it to his inner circle about whether or not he's going to get indicted.
That's right. So we knew he had been grilling his attorneys on whether or not they believed he would be indicted, at times even expressing skepticism that that would ever happen. But we've since learned that these conversations have expanded to members of his inner circle, asking what do they believe the end game is going to be? Do they believe he's going to be indicted? And many of these sources are telling us they think it's because he is actually concerned. Now, one of them noted to me that while, of course, Donald Trump has been in legal peril before, even when he was president, this time did feel different and potentially more dangerous, particularly given that he doesn't have that same legal protection he had in the executive office.
And Gabby, part of the effort to get the documents back.
I love like right-wingers that have almost always had like a pretty favorable experience with the criminal justice system. Routinely just forget that like you need to have competent lawyers to be able to get away from shit like this. So they just go after people like Tom Fitton or Rudy Giuliani and get legal advice from some of the biggest fucking losers. Or in the case of Alex Jones, for example, he literally hired like a state attorney. You know what I mean? Like that guy doesn't have to be a good lawyer, man. He's already working with the court. It's home turf. Every time he's ever prosecuted someone, it's been done on the home turf. He's got home turf advantage. You need like defense attorneys. You know what I mean? Sharks. So if you go after like fucking dumbass grifters, then you're fucked.
Included using FedEx to deliver letters from brand new CNN.
Well, you're a fucking moron. Literally cannot hear things you don't want to hear from people. You hit up Tom fucking Fitton. Yeah. No defense attorney would touch it. Are you kidding me, dude? Lawyers are scumbags. There are like probably 1,000 ambulance chasers that would do a better job than like any random fucking famous Republican legal advisor. Are you crazy? Do you not know what fucking lawyers do, man? Are you out of your mind?
With all these leaks.
This is the guy. Like, if your guy's hitting the gym instead of hitting the books, dude, you're fucked.
So we got the warrant, but there's this underlying affidavit and some other materials. And the underlying affidavit's important because typically, I'll warn you, I'm not a criminal lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. But I've seen enough of this material to tell you, I'm pretty sure I know what I'm talking about, that the affidavit is the material given by the FBI, written, usually it's an FBI agent who signs it, detailing what essentially they're investigating and why they think there's probable cause that crimes were committed. And that's where all the details are. What was the fundamental basis for this raid? And as I'm suggesting, it's all based on lies and dishonesty. And I'm sure the affidavit, and it will eventually be released largely fully, I think, will disclose that. Now, of course, the FBI's position, the Justice Department's position, and the court ordered the Justice Department and the FBI to respond to Judicial Watch's demands that this material be unsealed. It was filed under seal, which means it's not public. And so Judicial Watch filed its brief immediately, and then these media organizations came in following our lead, also asking for the material. So the government had to respond to us. That's the great thing about America still. I mean, I know I'm yelling about all of this, but there's still this due process. There's still this process of law that allows little old Judicial Watch to go in there and hold the Justice Department and the FBI, or attempt to hold them accountable under the law for this unprecedented raid on former President Trump. And I'm honored that we're able to do this, and I'm gratified to be in a country that still allows us to do this. And the court, I'm not all that thrilled. The court approved the warrant, but he did move quickly here. And he said the government needs to respond, and they had to respond by earlier this week, and then he quickly held a hearing. Now, the government's response was, we shouldn't have to release anything because it's a criminal case, and it might hurt our criminal case. Well,
yeah, it's bullshit.
That's not the rule of law.
Yeah.
We don't want to release.
No, that's literally that is the rule of law. No, that's quite literally the rule of law. The only reason why this is different is because it's the president, ex-president. No, that's actually how the rule, that's how the rule of law works, as a matter of fact. Like, in 99.9% of circumstances, especially when there's an ongoing investigation, there's no world in which the federal government's like, oh, here, let's fucking reveal literally our current ongoing investigation in the midst of an ongoing investigation just because the other side asked for it. No, that's not how that works. And as a matter of fact, the only reason why the magistrate judge allowed the release of this affidavit was because of the incredible circumstances behind raiding the home of a former president. And that's why this really crazy affidavit reveal happened.
And we're the Justice Department, and that's the end of the discussion. Of course, that's not what the court is supposed to do. And the court rejected that in response to Judicial Watch and the media requests. This is what we said. It seems like the Biden Justice Department is telling the court what to do. Respectfully, the court should make its own independent assessment of the compelling public interest and transparency about this abusive raid. The criminal investigation the Biden administration is covering up reeks of corruption and dishonesty, and is based on a reinvention of law about presidential records that is at odds with the U.S. Constitution, court rulings, federal statutes, and prior government legal positions and practice. No administration should be able to raid the home of a former president and putative presidential candidate.
Wait, what? Why not? Why not? Like, what the fuck does that mean? What kind of precedent is that? Yeah, you can do murders as the president, you know what I mean? But if you're the former president, even after you're no longer president, we can't do that. Like, they ran the gamut on this when Trump was president, right? Part of the reason why Trump wanted to get reelected was so that he could continue doing whatever the fuck he wanted to without any sort of legal scrutiny, right? So we could say, like, oh, the powers of the executive, they're awesome, you can't touch me, yada, yada, yada. Like, they think that you should have immunity forever. Like, there should be a protective barrier over you from any kind of legal circumstance. You can carry all the legal documents you want. You can hold on to classified information if you want. You can even, like, literally just go and run over someone with a car, and no investigation can ever be conducted into that because you're the ex-president.
Based on secret reasons. Well, that's actually what I said. That's not what our lawyers said. Let me see what our lawyer.
He's so bad, dude. He's so bad. He is literally like a dumb jock. Okay? If this is the best Trump has, they are so cooked. I'm going to keep it real. Oh, Jesus Christ. He's not the lawyer. I know. But he's giving legal advice to Donald Trump. So who cares? Donald Trump apparently held the classified information, according to CNN, that we just showed you. He held on to the classified information by listening to Tom Fitton's legal advice. Looks like someone tried to draw John Travolta from memory. Yeah, he somehow looks like more fucked up than John Travolta in the way that John Travolta currently looks. Dude, the dude is the artesian build of lawyers, holy balls. Dude didn't even change out his golf clothes before the press conference. That's the only thing he wears. I don't know if you know this, but Tom Fitton usually doesn't wear sleeves, okay? It's a rare and unique circumstance if you see this man wearing sleeves. Look, he's got it and he's flaunting it. I don't have a problem with that. He's sexy. There is one case, there's one type of slander against Tom Fitton that I'm not going to stand for, and that's like saying he's not hot, because he is fucking hot.
Lawyers said. The public interest in the contents of the affidavit cannot be understated. The secrecy surrounding the search warrant and the affidavit that led to its issuance has caused the nation to convulse with intrigue and harmful speculation that will only increase the longer the truth is kept from the public. The heat must be replaced with light, and soon. Maintaining the seal, meaning keeping the records under seal, will only fuel more speculation, uncertainty, leaks, and political intrigue, and it will also serve to undermine public confidence in the fair administration of justice and equal protection.
It is always funny, though, seeing like all the people in Trump's legal counsel are just like television lawyers. Like, they are significantly more invested in their own brand and being on television or being in front of a camera than like actually doing the legal work necessary. And there is a lot of legal work necessary in this situation because Donald Trump, much like Alex Jones, thinks he is impossible to take down. So will routinely do things that go completely against legal counsel and will ruin any potential legal maneuver that their counsel might be trying to do. So they're kind of ungovernable in that way. So it's just like it's a perfectly chaotic situation where on the one hand, your client is ungovernable, okay? On the other hand, you yourself are not exactly interested in like doing a great job other than just how much more media presence you'll have in the aftermath of this, because he just doesn't pay them either. He's the classic rich guy who doesn't fucking pay their lawyers, doesn't pay their contractors. So there's that part too. So it's just awesome. It's held together exclusively by a Republican Party that has a pretty dominant media infrastructure that is doing everything they can post-mortem, I guess, post hoc, tying everything that he's doing together like he actually intended to do it. And he did it. He did it for 4 years. He operated like this for 4 years. But now that he doesn't have power, now that he's no longer in office, he kind of can't do that as well.
Protection of the law. Concerning the gravity of this unprecedented action by the government, at a minimum, the court should review the affidavit line by line to determine what information may be disclosed and what information may be redacted to balance the competing concerns at issue. And the court agreed with us, and that's exactly what he told the government at a hearing he ordered earlier this week. It was on Thursday of this week in West Palm Beach. Judicial Watch lawyers were there. Our local counsel, Jim Moon, was responding, made argument for us. The big lawyers, big league lawyers for the New York Times, et cetera, they made arguments. And of course, the Justice Department came in and they tried to make arguments. And the court rejected outright the Justice Department's theory that they should be able to redact everything, because he said, I've looked at this and I've decided, and I'm inclined to agree, that there's certain materials here that can be released. So we won. Now, are we going to get anything released? That remains to be seen, because there's always the right of appeal, practically speaking. But the court ordered the Justice Department to file something, presumably that releases some material, and the court will look at it, and if he disagrees with them, he will call them in and have a secret meeting, what there's called an ex parte discussion with them about the redactions, and who knows where it will go from there. So as soon as next week, who knows, maybe the government will file something the court immediately likes, and we get a new version of the affidavit, or a version of the affidavit that has more information. Or maybe the fight just goes on for months and months and months, which of course is what the Justice Department wants, right? It's about destroying Trump. It's about causing political heartburn for their political opponents. And this has been the case with prior Justice Department, FBI.
I'm not kidding when I say I think YouTube lawyers will do a better job than this guy. Television lawyers are more comfortable than YouTube lawyers. In order to be a good lawyer, you have to be a fucking scumbag, low-life, vulture, parasite, shark, right? And television lawyers are more comfortable than YouTube lawyers. Like, YouTube lawyers still need to fucking test their mettle. You know what I mean? They still want to earn it. TikTok lawyers are the best for that reason. You do a murder, your TikTok lawyer is getting you out of that murder, okay? He looks like a gym teacher that got lost, entered a law classroom, and is just winging it. Bro, he has no law degree.
Smears and attacks on Trump. They come out with all these leaks and innuendo suggesting that he did something terrible, and none of it pans out. It's what happened.
Trump would have been better off going to LegalZoom, man.
With Russia, and I guarantee it's what's happening here. Just as with Russia, there was no good faith basis to go after him and spy on him. And as I've explained to you, quite deliberately here and specifically, there was no good faith basis to target him here.
Yeah, you really nailed it. Yeah, it turns out his advice is partially the reason why Trump kept some of the classified documents, so that's pretty fire. Love that. Big fan of that, personally. Thank you. Before we get to the student debt forgiveness, let's take a look at the affidavit release, because there's going to be some more information on that. Does anyone have any news stories that they've seen so far? Because this just dropped. This happened just now. Let me see if I can find it, because today was the last day for the Trump affidavit. It's going to come out tomorrow or today. The DOJ is to provide legal memorandum explaining the redactions for the FBI affidavit. Obviously, that release was going to have a fuck ton of redacted parts in it because it's an ongoing active investigation. So clearly, when there's an ongoing and active investigation, obviously, when you unseal when you unseal an affidavit, it's going to have a lot of information in there, like who you're working with, what angles they're covering. Most of that is going to be redacted.
Department submitting proposed redactions today for the affidavit used to justify the search of former President Trump's Florida estate. The department is also providing a legal memorandum explaining why they think that information should be kept from public view. A judge is then considering those redactions and weighing whether to make any of the affidavit public. ABC News investigative reporter Catherine Faulders is in Washington with more on this. Catherine, how soon could we see a ruling on this, and what's the likelihood that the DOJ appeals this decision if it's not a full sealing of the affidavit?
So there's a lot of unknowns here. Look, I think it's unlikely that we will see a ruling on this from the judge today. Look, I think it's going to be this weeks-long process. But what's likely to happen and what will happen and what's happening now is that DOJ will submit these redactions. The judge says he will then review them. He could call this private conference where they discuss them. He could himself, the judge said last week, submit his.
I saw Ben Shapiro saying the PPP loan wasn't his. That's some real estate agent in LA. What website is that? And can you tell if Daily Wire got a PPP loan? Sorry, we looked. We looked long and hard with the hive mind of this community, and we could not find if Ben Shapiro's umbrella company that owns like Bentkey, that owns Daily Wire actually got a PPP loan or not. We couldn't find it. They might have, but I think they hid it too well, even if they did. But yes, I already mentioned on the day that it came out that it wasn't actually the Ben Shapiro, the real Ben Shapiro. I talked about it.
His own redactions and then maybe compare notes in a way. So a ruling on this is not imminent. It's something that could come in the coming weeks. But look, whatever the judge decides, DOJ could ultimately and probably will appeal it if the judge does choose to release portions of it that DOJ may take issue with.
Now, the DOJ has said in these court arguments that in order to protect the interest of national security, the interest of the investigation, et cetera, that so much of this document would have to be redacted that it'll end up being meaningless.
Talk about a short straw having the same name as Ben Shapiro. My friend, have you never been around I don't know, have you never been in a community where there's a lot of Jewish people? Like, Ben Shapiro is an incredibly common name, dude. What the fuck? Benjamin Shapiro is a very common name. It's like being surprised that there's a lot of dudes named Hasan in Istanbul. You know what I mean?
Has there been any more information on why that is, on why they don't see anything in this affidavit that should be made public?
Well, DOJ has said that they think not only could it impact cooperating witnesses now, but potential witnesses who they could be negotiating with or who may come forward to talk more about Trump's handling of documents. The other thing that was interesting here, too, and the argument that DOJ made was that releasing it could also impact future investigations or ongoing investigations that seem to be separate from this one, but maybe have similar witnesses. It could also reveal that type of information. DOJ said in court that even if they did.
As a Jew, I'm really uncomfortable with you keeping tabs on our names. Yeah, I got. Why only 33K? You fell off, bro. Dude, I know. I'm done. I'm washed.
Redact witness names, that if they heavily redacted
over,
a lot of this, that the portions of it, that there could be some portions where only a specific witness would know the information, so it would still be revealing. So this is their argument for keeping it entirely sealed, Diane.
And this is a case that was brought by media organizations, including ABC News. Trump has spoken publicly about wanting the affidavit public, but his lawyers haven't gone to court about that. They did, however, go to the Justice Department to ask that, go to the courts rather, to ask that the Justice Department be forced to stop going through those materials that they seized from Mar-a-Lago and that a special master be appointed to review those materials instead. So what's the status of that request?
So Trump's lawyers filed this in a completely different court, and the judge, who was appointed by Trump, was a little confused by this. She was asking why they filed it in this particular venue, what justification she has, or what the lawyers are really even asking her to do. So she set a deadline, this judge, Judge Cannon, for tomorrow, for Friday, so Trump's lawyers can submit revisions and essentially answer her questions here. But that is in a separate court that they filed it in. She asked the lawyers why Trump's team didn't intervene in this case, in the case that we're talking about with the media. Another thing that Trump's team will also have to answer for as well. So we will see that. We're expected to see that tomorrow, Diane.
So tomorrow the affidavit's going to come out, or at least, like, unless they file an appeal and try to stop it. But the White House is bouldering. Let's get to student loan debt. Okay, before we get to Mark Zuckerberg on the Joe Rogan Experience, let's talk about student loan debt. 10,000, beepy poof. As long as you're making $125,000 or less, $10,000 of those student loan debt is gone, baby. $20,000 if you got Pell Grants. And guess what? The White House is shitposting, and I'll allow it. They're allowed to do this. They are allowed to do this. Marjorie Taylor Greene had some choice words on Newsmax about the debt forgiveness.
But for our government just to say, okay, well, your debt is completely forgiven. Obviously, they have an agenda for that. They need votes in November.
Yeah, exactly. So what? I don't understand why this is a diss. I don't understand why this is a diss. This is not a diss. I hope that Americans are not so fundamentally brain broken that they go, oh, the government is doing a good thing for me. They must be doing it for my votes. It's like, yeah, no shit. That's precisely what they're fucking doing, dumbass. That's how politics works. Americans have lost touch with the reality that that is how it's supposed to work. They're so brain broken into believing that, like, the government is never supposed to work for them, only for the corporations of the wealthy, that, like, the first time they do something, they're like, Republicans openly state that this is called bribery. Okay? Yeah.
So the timing is a pure coincidence there as well. But it's completely unfair. And taxpayers all over the country, taxpayers that never took out a student loan, taxpayers that pay their bills and you know, maybe even never went to college or just hardworking people, they shouldn't have to pay off the great.
That's not how this is working, my man, my lady. That's not how that works. It's debt that the government owns anyway. Shut the fuck up. The only people that can complain about this are people who are like, fuck, I didn't go to college because, like, I didn't have enough money. And maybe if I had like 10,000 or 20,000 in student loans that I could take out, that would have helped me. You know what I mean?
Big student loan debt for some college student that piled up massive debt going to some Ivy League school. That's not fair. But for our government just to say, you know, okay, well, your debt is completely forgiven. Obviously, they have an agenda for that. They need votes in November. So the timing is a pure coincidence there as well. But it's completely unfair.
It's unfair. Fucking barrel tighten in the wild. And the White House came back and popped off, said Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene had $183,504 in PPP loans forgiven. Oh my God, look at this thread. Oh my God, they're going after everybody. Oh, that's so good.
A lot of families in our region, they've been talking about forgiveness of loans for the last 4 or 5 months, are very, very upset. Many of them work 2 jobs to be able to put their kids through college, and then to think that a lot of these loans are going to be forgiven is wrong, and they're very outraged about it.
And because these folks paid up. They took care of their obligation.
Yeah, they took care of their obligation with their children. They felt like they did the right thing. Many of them working an extra job to be able to do that. And now they just feel outraged about where this is going. And this is not something the last couple of weeks. This has been going on for the last year, 6 months. They've been talking about.
Boom. Link to the thread. I already retweeted it. Congressman Vern Buchanan had $2.3 million in PPP loans forgiven. Mark Wayne Mullen says, we do not need farmers and ranchers, small business owners, and teachers in Oklahoma paying the debts of Ivy League lawyers and doctors across the U.S. This places undue burden on those already suffering due to the weight of Biden's failed economic policy. Congressman Mark Wayne Mullen had over $1.4 million in PPP loans forgiven. Representative Kevin Hern, to recap, in the last 2 weeks, the party of the people has supercharged the IRS to go after working class Americans, raise their taxes, and force them to pay other people's college degrees. Congressman Kevin Hern had over $1 million in PPP loans forgiven. This is great. Keep this shit up. Keep this shit up. This is good policy followed by good politics, okay? Keep this energy going. Turns out when you do nice things, okay, turns out when you actually do what you're fucking supposed to do, which is help out the American people, even with crumbs in comparison to what you could do, which is a lot more, your approval rating jumps to 44% in a new Gallup poll. Biden's approval rating was so low. It was lower than Donald Trump. Why? Because Donald Trump always maintained 90% support in the Republican Party. A thing that I brought up so many times throughout his presidency, and every time I brought it up, you would have liberals go, what? Doi? Brandon's approval rating was lower than Donald Trump's because Republicans already despised him, as they would normally. Okay? But liberals hated him too. Liberals fucking hated him because he wasn't doing shit. And then this is all it takes, a little bit, just a fucking crumb. Oh, but those polls didn't matter to moderates when they were down. Line goes up, it's legit. Line goes down, it's just a poll, who cares? No, of course they fucking, of course, it was bad. It was really bad. Part of the reason why they did this is because it was bad. You know? You know who this helps? Teachers with student debt? Yeah. He completely ignored private loans, which is the real killer with interest as well. Yeah, there's more to accomplish in that situation, but, you know, there's a lot of people. It is bribery. The timing reveals why they're doing it. They're relying on short-term memory to make people forget about their awful administration. Wait, what do you mean? Yeah. Bitch, what are you talking about? It's bribery. Yeah. Imagine if they did it more frequently, then you wouldn't say they're awful. You would not even say their administration is awful. If they bribed you further, you'd be like, okay, great. That's what it is. That's what's supposed to happen. That's politics, man. Why are Americans so fucking fundamentally brain broken that you think like popular policies are somehow icky and wrong and bad? Stop. Stop. It's so wild that there are people who unironically toe that line, that legitimately think that there is something fucking fundamentally wrong with doing good things that you promised you would do that helped you get elected to a certain degree. What the fuck? Stop it. I talked about this back in fucking April when Mitt Romney originally popped off. It's only a moral hazard if we're doing debt relief for the working poor. It's never a moral hazard if taxpayer-funded bailout packages are built into the risk mitigation of mega corporations currently engaging in stock buybacks. Popular policies to win voters isn't bribery. It's your job. You do it for big corporations of the wealthy every single day. Republicans and Democrats both. But the moment it's for the working poor, they can't comprehend it. They're like, that's not allowed. That's bribery. That's fucked up. And it's because American consciousness is so fundamentally broken from political inaction. So fundamentally brain broken from political inaction that when politicians actually do something, you're like, wait, that sounds wrong. That sounds so wrong. Dog, that's the point. That's what politics is. Stop. Stop falling into reactionary framing. In discussions of reducing car dependency, one often hears, what about the people in remote rural areas? My gut instinct is people shouldn't be living there in the first place. This guy's crazy. The solution is to give them generous grants to relocate among other humans. That's fucking psychotic, dude. What the fuck? Dude, I don't want to hear from neoliberal the weirdos that want to like literally ethnically cleanse the fucking rural people living in like rural areas, okay? That's so insane. But what if they like living in remote rural areas? Sorry, you can't always get what you want. A lot of people would like to live in dense transit-rich settings but can't. Either because they can't afford it or simply doesn't exist where they are. And if this sounds harsh, okay, I don't want to even read this, dude. Funko Pop motherfucker. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to see that. I don't want to hear that. Don't send me fucking disgusting neoliberal tweets, okay? The disdain they have for the working poor is apparent, okay? They feel as though, like, you know, everyone needs to live on top of one another in fucking big cities. It's the classic soy-facing Matt Iglesias, 1 billion Americans, soy, bat chest take. I hate fucking weird neoliberal urbanists, dude. Oh my God. How about building fucking mass transit to rural areas too? No, God forbid. You have to forcibly relocate them. You know, famously, these social democracies that they look up to, regardless of their neoliberal Austrian economist values that they don't even fucking abide by, those places famously do not have anything other than urban sprawl. They do not have, rural areas with adequate public transit. Motherfuckers want to talk about Germany and the Netherlands and shit without ever recognizing some of the things that those governments offer to its people. Nobody wants to live on top of your ass, dude. In Germany, the regional trains stop like every 5 minutes because they go to all the small towns still faster than U.S. trains. Lamount. Exactly. This guy thinks only poor people live in urban areas. No, he thinks only poor people live in rural areas, and they would all want to live in a city, but they can't because they don't have enough money or some shit. When in fact, people might want to just like live in a rural area. It's fine. There is no issue with that. America has a fuck ton of space. Part of the reason why I always say part of the reason why I always mention that you don't have to exclusively fucking build shit on top of one another. Anyway. But let's get to student loan debt relief. Here is President Joe Brandon's student loan debt relief, debt forgiveness program.
Student loans. The measure could affect up to 43 million.
You are a Ameribrain? I'm not a Ameribrain, dumbass. Saying that public transit can only be afforded to cities is ridiculous and also Ameribrain.
Million Americans, including
it's what you know. It's what you've seen. The only type of public transit you've ever seen, which is always inadequate regardless, is inside a city. So you think like, oh, God forbid, you can never have fucking public transit anywhere outside of that.
Who have been carrying this debt for decades. However, not everyone is celebrating the president's decision. Nancy Cortez is at the White House. Nancy, good morning.
Good morning, Nate. Lots of major changes for federal student loan holders. For starters, President Biden announced yesterday that he's extending the pause in federal student loan payments one last time until January. But it was his announcement on federal student loan forgiveness that, as anticipated, drew cheers from one quarter and criticism from another.
It kind of lifts a lot of stress off people.
On college campuses from coast to coast, excitement spread so quickly Tuesday, some student loan websites crashed.
I've racked up a lot of debt, and it would be a huge financial blessing to get rid of at least even a little bit of that.
Weight was lifted off my shoulders, mostly for my parents because it stresses them out a lot.
The president's plan will forgive $10,000 worth of student debt for individuals making less than $125,000 a year or couples earning less than $250,000. People who got Pell Grants as low-income students could see their debt cut by $20,000.
An entire generation is now saddled with unsustainable debt. And even if you graduate, you may not have access to the middle-class life that the college degree once provided.
The move was hailed by progressives.
Dude, I fucking despise mainstream media. Do more liberal coverage. Act out the way that you are supposed to be, okay? Republicans are going to call you liberal media propagandists regardless, CNN, you fucking idiots. Stop putting a both sides spin on this shit. Oh, some people are very mad that others are getting their loans, relieved. I hate that. I hate it. It's like, not everybody liked it. Yeah, you know who didn't like it? All the worst villains of society didn't like it. So who cares what they think? Suck my cock. You know who liked it? 45 million Americans liked it. Shut the fuck up. You cannot have a policy that instantly offers relief to 45 million Americans, okay? And then still be like, well, some Americans didn't like it. Yeah, who cares? Fuck those Americans, man. Like, what do you mean? It's like, it's insane. It's so insane that I didn't even understand why the Biden administration hadn't done it already. Like, I kept fucking screaming about it. I do hope that they use this as the money faucet, though. Every time their approval rating goes down, it's like, boom, another 10 grand. Piss me off? I'll raise the wall 10 foot higher, but this is the Brandon version of it. You know what I mean? Oh, did you get mad at me? Guess what? Another 10 grand.
It's a great day. And slammed by Republicans.
If you owe money, as challenging as it is,
you have an obligation to pay it back.
It is hurting people who paid off their own debts.
Even adjusting for inflation, the average cost of a four-year college education has nearly tripled since 1980. It's now about $29,000 a year.
This plan is really a Band-Aid, and it doesn't solve the core incentive problem in American higher education. So I think it's very likely that we're going to be having the same.
If, as Noam Chomsky adequately wrote about in Manufacturing Consent, the media class featured at least some people that get elevated to the fucking front of the camera that come from a working class background, that hold on to working class values, and the media did not operate as a propaganda machine for the capital owners, you would at least have like real diversity of thought in this conversation. But you don't have that. Every single advisor that CNN or CBS or anyone brings on is going to be a Harvard graduate, is going to come from a rich family, a rich background, that got a fucking $300,000 a year nepotism job immediately out of college. They have no way of comprehending this. And their friends and their immediate circles don't even fucking have it. Because they all went to Harvard. They all went to Yale. I want to know how many of these motherfuckers went to state schools, brother. That's what I want to know. I want to know how many of these motherfuckers don't have a parent with a Wikipedia page. That's why this conversation is fucking insane. That's why if you're looking at this from where you're standing and you're like, why the fuck? What, do they not have a single normal human that will come on and be like, hey guys, this is actually a good thing? You're being ridiculous. You know why? You know why they can't find one? Because every single person that is literally elevated to that position is a psychotic vulture that comes from that exact same background. So they are the few Americans that literally do not have a proximity to someone who has student loan debt, which is insane. It's unimaginable to you. 45 million Americans hold on to $1.7 trillion of debt right now. Student loan debt. Okay? It is harder to find someone that either doesn't have student loan debt or doesn't know anyone with student loan debt, except for the motherfuckers at the tippy top. Okay? That is the only small circle of people that actually don't even know someone who has student loan debt. Why? Because they went to fucking Harvard with rich parents. So now, they have no way of comprehending how good this is. It's crazy. What's crazier is, again, the blind side that the media has, or rather, the deliberate role that the media plays. It's wild to me that it's not a single person has been like, yo, this is crazy. Like, calm down. Like, every economist that they have on is like, this is awful. This is nonsense. This is really unfair. This is really going to fucking boost inflation. This is terrible.
Same discussions in 5 or 10 years.
How much is all of this loan forgiveness going to cost? Well, the White House says it can't answer that question because they still don't know how many people are going to go ahead and claim that $10,000 or $20,000 benefit. It is important to note, Nate, that all student loans received after June 30th will not be eligible for relief.
So, Nancy, if people think that they are eligible for relief, then what should they do?
Well, there's an online form that they're going to have to fill out, but because this is all so new, that form doesn't exist yet. So for now, if people think they are eligible, they can go to the U.S. Department of Education website and sign up to get an alert when that form is ready, which the White House says should be sometime in the coming weeks.
Yeah. Note how Fox News writes billion depending on who's spending it and how it's spent on. Yeah, when it's the 300 billion for student loan, they put the number, they put the numerical value with the zeros. When it's just a defense bill, it's like, oh yeah, it's just 717 billion, not a big deal. Fuck it, who cares? YOLO. They do it on purpose. It's all on purpose. It plays a small role in propagandizing that this is somehow wrong, immoral, bad.
Siege right now.
What is it? On Rising, Breonna Joy breaks down the frustrations of the left to Robbie Suave when it comes to media pundits who are complaining about student debt cancellation. Yeah, I don't care about this. I don't want to watch this. Anyway. Oh my God. CNN moderate commentator cries to the void like you said. Here's a novel way to avoid the college debt trap. Get a job while going to school. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You know, when she was going to school, it was like a dollar. Okay? Shut the fuck up. Not a single person. Or went. Every single pundit speaking on this issue has parents with Wikipedia pages that had their parents pay for college already, or went to college when college was like $100. They don't even know a single person with serious debt. Insanely out of yeah. I ran out of space. No bad faith, just curious. How will canceling student debt help people avoid the top of the hour ad break, though? Well, let me tell you. Yeah, you got me, and you got me good. So let me tell you how. At the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free. How can you do it for $5 when you don't have $5? Well, now you have $10,000 that's readily available to you that you would have normally had to pay the federal government. Okay? Now you can actually use that for something good, like a subscription. Or you can still use an Amazon Prime account connected to your Twitch account to get one free Prime subscription a month, or you can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Hasan, no, people are going to take you seriously, lol. Yeah, I'm obviously joking. Please don't do that. She actually doesn't have parents with links on Wiki. No, I'm saying like all of these fucking media people do. They have one or the other. She's like 900 years old, so obviously she went to college. She fits the bill on person who went to college when it was like $100. So shut the fuck up. Anyway, here's the 1 minute ad break now. I already saw the White House thread. Stop linking it. I already saw it. We already looked through it. God damn, y'all are fucking crazy, man. Well, this is out of touch in so many ways. Nursing home workers have student loan debt. A lot of truck drivers do too. Plus, ask truck drivers about predatory lending programs. They're familiar. Also, railroad workers can make $100K. That's the union difference. Some people pretend to care about workers only for the sake of dividing them. Same as a boss who says he supports unions in mines, but you, his warehouse fast food white collar employee, don't need one. Anyway, glad we all apparently support rail workers now that given they may strike. Yeah, I know this is real. We saw it. We're going to talk about it. Don't worry. Okay. Hold on. Get back to the student loan conversation.
Nancy, thank
Here's the 5 going fucking brazy on the taxpayer-funded handout.
Finally did it. President Biden giving the handout of a century, canceling $10,000 worth of student debt for those making less than $125,000 a year and erasing up to $20,000 for some low-income borrowers. But it's not free money. The entire plan coming with a price tag of around $300 billion, and that's just a low estimate. And taxpayers like you and me, we will foot the bill. Here's the president.
But I believe my plan is responsible and fair. I find it interesting how some of my Republican friends who voted for those tax cuts and others think that we shouldn't be helping these folks. The outrage over helping working people with student loans, I think is just simply wrong, dead wrong.
Is this unfair to people who paid their student loans or chose not to take out loans?
Is it fair to people who, in fact, do not own multi-billion-dollar businesses to see why these guys get them all a tax breaks? Is that fair? What do you think?
What about people who paid their loans, though, struggle to pay their loans, and now others don't have to?
Bro, I'm not kidding. If you're so bent, take back the PPP from every single person. I know I said this yesterday, but put up a fucking bill that takes back the loan forgiveness off of every fucking mega corporation, every fucking CEO, every consultant, every executive, every lobbyist that chirped about the student loan forgiveness. Turn around and say, okay, you're going to pay for it then. Directly out of your pocket. You love paying for your debts. I don't get it. Just do that. There's about a $1 trillion fucking hole in the budget there. Take it back from the executive purses. Do it. It's not fair. They're right, it's not fair. This would be fair. Let's do that. Take it from Marjorie Taylor Greene, who got $200,000 from the federal government in the form of a PPP loan that was forgiven. I don't get it. If you want to fucking pay, if you want to pay your debts, you can. Why don't they do this? Why don't they just say, hey, if you're going to talk out of pocket, I will come for your pocket. I will do it. I will come with all the guns. I will put a lien. I will make you foreclose your home. I'll put a lien on all your assets. I'll seize them. And I'll fucking liquidate them with the might of 1,000 workers, okay? With 1 million workers. Do it. You want to pay your loans? Pay your fucking PPP loans, you stupid bitch. Do it.
The costly cancellation of debt sure to unleash a tidal wave of anger from Americans who already paid off their loans and those who never went to college in the first place. But Senator Elizabeth Warren claims this will help everyone.
Because of student loan debt, there are many people who don't move out of their mama's basement, who can't save up money to buy a home, who don't start small businesses, who don't start a family. You relieve the debt burden some for those people, and we have more economic activity. In other words, canceling student loan debt is good for the people whose debt is canceled, but it is also good for our economy and the rest of America.
Peter Doocy bluntly asking the White House this question.
The people that already paid their student loans, they don't get anything out of this deal.
Right.
That's right. Okay.
And other Democrats aren't so sure about this plans. Obama's former economic advisor, Jason Furman, he's slamming it.
I'm telling you, everyone crying about student loan debt relief must be forced to pay back their PPP loans with interest. Watch how quickly they'd become debt abolitionists.
Saying this, pouring roughly $500 billion of gasoline on the inflationary fire that is already burning.
Just say Biden unfortunately wasn't president when they were in debt. I know it's a lib take, but at least it's a known. Wait, what do you mean? Debt cancellation happened now under Biden's watch. All those institutions that they supposedly set up to make sure that these companies that got PPP loans were actually going to make sure that they maintain their payroll, they didn't do that. That never happened.
Is reckless, doing it while going well beyond one campaign promise of $10,000 of student loan relief and breaking another, all proposals paid for, is even worse. I don't know if we could be any more surprised or shocked, except for we kind of saw this was coming, Jesse, because the president has been kicking this can down the road for several months. Not only that, but they say that if you have a student loan, you are still not going to have to pay for it until the end of the year when that will end, and that's because of a COVID emergency.
Just want to congratulate all the rich whites with graduate degrees who live on the coast and are making six figures. You really...
Yeah. Famously, no veteran, no nurse, no teacher. Bro, you're a rich white who lives on the coast. This is what I mean. Like, they are making it seem like 45 million Americans don't currently carry some level of student loan debt. This is an issue that impacts almost every American household, my man. The only households that it doesn't impact is you. You get it? That's it.
Are the forgotten men and women of this country, and you finally now have a president that feels your pain. You know, spending most of your 20s in school and now finally making close to $125,000. Woo, man. I mean, what would they do without Joe Biden? To Liz Warren's point, if this is a historic economy we've never seen before, why are people even living in their basement saddled with student debt who can't start a business? It doesn't make any sense. You cannot raid the Treasury and then cut checks to your favorite voters.
Why not?
Where did Biden get the power as the president to spend $500 billion? Right. That's Congress's job. He can't steal Nancy's purse and then just start bribing people before an election. That's an abuse of power. And it's unconstitutional. Nancy even said it was unconstitutional.
Suck me. Yeah, you can. And he did. Yeah, cry about institutions. Oh, no, the Constitution. I wipe my ass. Trump did it with the COVID loans before an election. Yeah. And that was good. I said it was good. I said it was necessary. Fuck you. That's the only counter I have to that. He can, and he fucking did, and now you're crying about it while still trying to maintain a right-wing populist narrative. But you can't really maintain that when you realize quickly that Republicans have student loan debt too, dumbass. 45 million Americans, dumbass.
This is reverse class warfare. It's like, I don't know, you rob the poor to pay the rich. You're going to get a plumber's family to pay off the loan of a graduate school family that's making $250,000 a year. Why should I have to pay, or anybody have to pay for my neighbor's graduate degree? I mean, you know, you're looking across the street, you see your neighbor's daughter, she just backed into your mail.
Again, the plumber has a kid with student loan debt. You want to know why? Because depending on whether he's involved in a union or not, or even owning his own plumbing business, he's still a small business owner and therefore can't pay for the skyrocketing college education for his children. A plumber doesn't want his child to go into plumbing. A plumber wants his child to get a graduate degree. So what is he going to do? He's going to take on student loan debt. Jesse Waters cannot comprehend it. You know why? Because he never had to think about these things. That's the point. Anyone making the argument that, like, you know, plumbers don't have fucking children that are going to college, or plumbers themselves might have fucking educational costs that they tried to get covered, are delusional. They're living in a fucking universe that is beyond the one that we live in. I think the thing driving this type of commentary is the fact that people don't qualify it, and they are throwing a tantrum as a part of that. Progressives warned the White House of this reaction with means testing it. Yeah, that's another part of the process, which is why, what do I always say? H-Bizzle's back. Surprising that H-Bizzle, everyone's favorite DNC hack, DNC Flack, is in the chat, back again, and not watching like Buddha play Grand Theft Auto roleplay. And instead is in here advocating for the DNC's. He's the only motherfucker who's legally allowed in this community to advocate for the DNC because he has the pay stubs to prove it. But he's right. That's why I always say universal programs up front and then means testing if you want to on the tax side, on the back end.
Box. She's always been an idiot, and now you have to pay for her to get an advanced degree in Estonian poetry? I mean, that doesn't make any sense at all. And you think the Democrats are going to stop at 10 grand? They're not stopping at 10 grand. Next Democrat's going to go 25. Next is going to go 50. It's never going to stop.
Tell me more.
And then people are just going to keep borrowing and keep going into these schools, because that's what this is about. This is about hooking more students into these universities where they get indoctrinated by the left. That's what this is really about. Now, he says the tax cuts, okay? This is a lot different than tax cuts. Everybody gets a tax cut. Everybody that pays taxes gets a tax cut when the taxes get cut.
That's not true. That's not true. Trump made permanent tax cuts for the top tax bracket. And all the tax cuts that he had made for lower brackets expired. So no, permanent tax cuts only come for the wealthy. But you will never hear these dishonest propagandists openly admitting that. Remember that. Tax cuts for corporations and the top fucking tax bracket were permanent. Anything below that was adjusted year over year, going back to that exact same rate it was. Did you know that? Did you motherfuckers know that? Probably not. I talked about it a lot when it was happening.
It's not like Donald Trump cut taxes for males in the swing states of Ohio and Florida and North Carolina 3 months before the midterms. That's not what he did. Everybody got it across the board tax cut. He's not transferring wealth to pay off people's loans.
The other thing that kills me is that just last
86% of the tax benefit went to the 86% of the tax cuts went to the top tax bracket. For the record. So no, Donald Trump did do it for his main constituency, just the mega wealthy. So remember, when you talk about Donald Trump's tax cuts, always bring that up. Tax cuts for the wealthy were permanent. Tax cuts for the working poor were not. They are supposed to sunset by the time the next election rolls around.
Last week, the president, to much fanfare, signed the Inflation Reduction Act, in which they said there would be all of this deficit savings. Well, with this on the low end, it wipes out all of the deficit savings that they had there. And Tom cottoned onto this. Watch here.
Of all the dumb things Joe Biden has done, this may be the dumbest yet. I know it's stiff competition, but just think about how unfair this is for all the Americans who are harmed by this, who are now on the hook for hundreds of billions of dollars of other people's loans. These are people who took out loans. They did so willingly. They did so freely. They need to pay off their loans, just like every other American.
Judge, can we ask you, is it constitutional? Will this eventually, I'm assuming that this is going to end up in the courts?
Yeah, I don't think there's any question other than it's going to end up in the courts. Someone is going to sue. Look, the whole idea, the whole...
I'm not even kidding. I think they will assassinate Supreme Court justices if they overturn this. Like, the abortion issue is one thing, but the abortion issue and then this on top of it would literally be the fucking tilting moment. No, not in a video game. I'm not saying they should do it. I'm just saying, like, I'm speculating that on top of the fucking Roe v. Wade decision, if the Supreme Court was like, nah, actually, $300 billion in debt, you need to restore it. And they literally turned around and fucking did that for 45 million Americans, someone would literally just be like, okay, it's over. It's done. Some motherfucker who was already like, I was saddled with debt, I was going to kill myself, would literally go out and do some insane shit. Think about that. Can you imagine being like, hey, I know your debt for $10,000 was just relief, but 9 fucking psychos in bathrobes decided that that's not the case? I know, H. Bizzle, we already went through the White House bodying everyone who's attacking. No shot, dude. Maybe just cancel yourself again. I'm not saying it's appropriate or good. It's also constitutional. But we know the Supreme Court doesn't really give a shit about that. But if they think that that shit wouldn't happen, they're delusional. Straight up. Brother, you have to remember, 45 million Americans. That's a dude serving you food. That's a dude driving to your house in a fucking in a Uber delivery car. That's the dude cleaning the toilets. That's the maid that comes to your house. These are people that have student loan debt. You fucking add 10K in financial burden back onto them. Statistically speaking, one of them is going to pop off on you. It would turn into the IRA real quick. And I'm not talking about the Inflation Reduction Act, okay? They'd have to be lucky every day, but the working class would only have to be lucky once. Yeah, the guy replacing your fucking car brakes when you take your car into the fucking shop. That guy's got student loan debt. You don't want to fuck with that. That's insane to me. I don't like any overspending on either side. Man, shut the fuck up. You are really a bonehead, dude. I don't like any overspending on either side. What do you mean overspending on either side? The only two sides of this argument are the working class and capital owners. And usually, when the government is overspending, they're overspending on the capital owners. So shut the fuck up. Yeah. The guy that fills your prescriptions at the pharmacy has student loan debt. Go ahead. Fuck with all of them with the Supreme Court. See what happens. It's not appropriate, of course. But you're out of your fucking mind if they would not genuinely see the repercussions of that. That's crazy. Imagine Congress wanting to not spend as much money as possible. I swear they just start making up numbers. Yeah, there's so many people you never interact with. Drivers, technicians, administrative jobs, IT people, plumbers, just so many. So many part of your life. So many part of your life. There's at least someone with 1 degree of personal relationship with someone who has student loan debt or has student loan debt. 45 million Americans. You're fucking with their paper, dude. You're fucking with their wallet. You know what I mean? President Biden condemns MAGA at DNC fundraiser. What we're seeing now is the beginning of the death knell of an extreme MAGA philosophy. It's not just Trump. It's the entire philosophy that underpins the I'm going to say something. It's like semi-fascism. Well, the term is proto-fascism, but it doesn't matter. It is fascism. I mean, it literally is. Ben Shapiro clapped back at the White House. So it's now the White House position that if the government forces you to shut down your business and provide you with compensation to keep people employed, that's the same thing as you failing to pay the college loans you voluntarily undertook. Geniuses. I don't know if you know this, but those were also loans that were forgiven. Wait, what the fuck am I doing? How dumb of me. All right. Said the White House is partisan. Yeah, no shit, dumbass. That's why there's a fucking election. I love when he's like, I can't believe the White House is being partisan on this. It's like, wait, what do you mean? First of all, they're not being partisan, you fucking idiot. There are Republicans with college loans, okay? But also, obviously, the what Hasan, which gym do you go to? The one where I fuck your mom in. I love when people say, "Oh my God, I can't believe the White House is partisan." It's like, yeah, why is there an election for the White House to be partisan? You fucking dumbass. Like, that's different. Okay. Do you think this will have a positive impact on the elections? Yes. I found you on TikTok. Love your content. Thank you. This insane overreaction by capitalists is just really a mask-off moment. It's going to backfire because they legit don't know that tons of lower middle-class young Republican voters have college debt. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think there are two operating principles here at play. On the one hand, you have the financial interest of like regular old American citizens, and it is absolutely in their financial interest to get this kind of debt relief. But then you also have an incredibly powerful force. That force being that Americans are incredibly cucked and find themselves to be not the exhausted, exploited proletariat, but temporarily embarrassed billionaires. So depending on how fucking cucked those dumbass Americans are, and depending on how, personally delusional they are about their dire financial circumstances, you could actually see a lot of people be like, you know what, this was fucked up. Americans also have a lot of resentment for other Americans. They're like hyper individualistic. They don't have a collective consciousness. So we'll see. I mean, you see Republicans behave in really inconsistent ways. They have tremendous amounts of cognitive dissonance. So do Democrats. So who knows how much cognitive dissonance they have on this particular matter even. I mean, you see it with professional Republicans right now. You see it with professional Republicans. That's why they can go on TV and be like, yeah, that's really fucked up. And they're trying to turn this into a culture war thing. That's why they're saying truck drivers are paying a loan for someone who got a PhD in gender studies. That's not the broad majority of people that got fucking student loans, man. So I don't think this will work. I don't think this is an effective propaganda. Also, this fucking piece of shit, cocksucking motherfucking crook also got his student loan debt paid for, by the way, by Brandon. Literally $10,000 worth. So just remember that.
It's very unfair, to have a truck driver have to pay back a loan from somebody that got like a PhD in gender studies. That's not fair. That's not right. And so, and then you also just have the fact, like, if you're going to talk about debt, then you should look at, okay, who has benefited the most from all this exorbitant debt that's been taken out over the last generation? It's the universities. They have bloated administrative budgets.
This part is right.
Although in Florida.
This part is right. Do something about it, pussy. This part is right. This part is correct. Do something about it. Shut the fuck up. Do something about it. Nut up or shut up. Come on. The only time this demon is motivated to do anything is if he thinks he can get a fucking Fox and 5 coverage news cycle out of it. Be the hero. Be a hero. Be a fucking hero. Do something about it.
Since I've been governor, no tuition increases at our state universities. We haven't allowed that. Because all it does is they plow it in, and they will expand like the DEI office or something else like that. And it has no real impact on the quality of the education when they're raising the tuition. It just creates more administrative bloat. And that's been going on. And the colleges and universities have gotten a free ride at this. So, my view is if you're going to do some type of student loan, relief, it's not really relief because people are still paying for it. But the people that should pay for it is not the American taxpayers. It should be the university.
Well, good thing American taxpayers are not paying for it. Also, truck drivers have student loan debt. Some of them do. Some of them have children with student loan debt. Some of them are about to have college-aged children that will need to take on student loans. So shut the fuck up. Again, shut the fuck up. Shut your stupid fucking mouth. Also, this is debt that the federal government has taken on. It's adding to the deficit, but it's not actually like you're not paying for it with higher taxes unless the government takes action to also decrease the deficit, which it did already. So don't worry about it. What is this? I'm right. Guy on the left is you if you stayed in Florida. This guy? No.
Cities should be responsible for that. If they're producing people that went deep into debt and their degree is not worth anything and they're not able to make enough money to pay it back, well, then that's on them. And they've had an incentive to get more and more loans taken out.
Yeah, this is a compact Thumbelina. Look at that. I love female cops because they have the exact same, like, physical demeanor characteristics of a male cop, which is incredibly thumb-like. Like, this is literally a sack of potatoes, dude. Look at this. I love that. They're built like a fucking Mack truck. They're so dense.
And then put it in their pocket. So we should look at these universities. But what Biden is doing, it's going to cause more inflation, which is what you just
It's going to cause more inflation. No, it's not. Shut the fuck up.
had one of Obama's economists come out and say.
I hate that Jason Furman demon came out and said it. Now every Republican is fucking running with that. Obama's own economist said it. Yeah, fuck that guy. Oh, now you care about Obama's economist. Okay, got it.
Say this is the worst time to do this. It's going to fuel inflation. This is not good policy. Obviously, the fairness and all that is very important, but it's not a good fiscal or monetary policy. And so you see that. But then you also have the fact that they're doing that with zero reform to the universities and the loans and everything that's happened that's clearly way, way out of whack. And then, you know, I think this is still important. Some people may not care as much. He does not have the constitutional authority.
That's not true. That's literally not true.
So you see that. But then you also have the fact that they're doing that with zero reform to the universities. And
this part is true. The only part about this that is true is that college education is far too expensive. And it has gotten completely out of control. Go ahead. Cut a video of every single Republican saying it and cut a video of every single Republican that has criticized this fucking action and say, hey, we're putting forward a new package that is going to implement price checks on textbooks and college education. It is incredibly high, and we need to lower those, especially for public universities. We're going to make it taxpayer funded, and we're going to make it cheaper. Go ahead, do it. That's policy. Yeah. These guys never want to do that. These guys just want to fucking complain. They're using one adequate complaint against college campuses and skyrocketing tuition to hit over the head of like one Band-Aid measure that the Biden administration accidentally fucking landed on. I hate that. But what do you expect from Ron DeSantis' fucking own spokesperson, who blocked me, by the way? Matt Walsh says, if you support student loan forgiveness, it is because you personally benefit. Please just admit your support is selfish and you don't mind taking it from other people if it helps you. At least be honest and stop pretending that you have principled reasons for your stance. Okay, I'm going to fucking own him. Token rich person for the working class? Yeah, well, guess what, bitch? It works in this situation. These motherfuckers worship the altar of capitalism. They worship the altar of money, okay? So what's up? I got more of it than Matt Walsh does. Suck me, Matt Walsh. Suck me and fuck me, okay? I pay my own student loans and my brother's, and I think this is awesome for everyone else. Republicans regularly project their spiteful, selfish worldview as though it's policy. I was in the dumbass Air Force and the VA paid for all my debt, and I 100% support free college. All the way to PhD if people want it. Matt Walsh can suck me when he's done with you. Yeah, he should. Matt Walsh should suck all of us. By the way, this is Christina Pushaw who fucking blocked me. Coward. No rich person has ever turned down free money. Exactly. What do I say this all the time, and it actually makes me happy that other people are finally paying attention to that. Rich people not only never say no to free money, but they literally will tailor policy. They get subsidies. They get tax cuts. If they don't get it, they fucking cry foul. They write legislation to make sure that they get it. Only poor people are like, oh, should I get this? I don't know. What? Okay, bro. Chill. What? How about we help the homeless or people who are below the poverty line? You live in LA. Leave your rich, privileged neighborhood and look around. There's homeless everywhere. Motherfucker, I live in West Hollywood. There's literally more homeless people here than your bumfuck, dumbass neighborhood where no one wants to live, including homeless people. Shut the fuck up. Who do you think you're talking to, you fucking idiot? I also 1,000,000% am an advocate for public housing. So what the fuck are you talking about? You dumb bitch trying to come in here and be like, you're so privileged. Yeah, I know. Guess what? I'm sorry that no one wants to live in your shithole Arkansas town. Okay? Even the homeless people don't want to live there. Dummy. Speaking of homeless people, though, here's a good policy. Not Ron DeSantis. Fuck that. Also, not this, not this, not this. Here, let's take a look at what California voters will vote on in 2024.
In Los Angeles County, more than 60,000 people are homeless on the average night. And more than...
Yo, if you actually want one of those shirts, they're the Florida Toll Collector's uniform, actually, and I have a few in XXX Lamau. Wait, why? Bro, everybody crying about how it's not fair is just jealous that they didn't get money, by the way. Wait, what? This guy said, I think Hasan caught Biden's dementia. I'll be back election time to remind you how stupid this take is and how you help destroy our party. What do you mean our party? I'm not a part of the party, okay? Don't call me a fucking Democrat. Fuck the Democratic Party. Motherfucker said our party. I'm liberal and just lost all respect for Brandon. Why do Democrats have to keep stooping lower than Republicans? This is sad. Bro, this is what happens when you go on r/neoliberalism, okay? Too much. I can already read. I'm giving you an adequate read on this guy, okay? The election was rigged for Trump by the Russians and Biden rigged his election? Oh, never mind. This guy's just crazy. Oh, never mind. He's just all over. Don't you think student loan forgiveness is selfish when there are so many people in the U.S. that can't afford to stay alive? Yeah, no, this guy's out of his mind. He's like, he might be... I think he's just the regular old American voter. And by that, I mean a schizo poster. Anyway, let's watch this.
20,000 hotel rooms lie empty on the average night. See where this might be going?
It's insane. It isn't going to solve the problem.
We think this is one part of the solution. By no means do we think this solves the homelessness crisis. But do hotels have a role to play? Of course they do.
So the union he leads, which reps hotel workers, gathered enough signatures and Angela...
For the record, Unite Here, isn't that literally, that's the same one that Hugo Soto Martinez was an organizer in, right?
Angelenos will vote on a bill that would force every hotel in town to report vacancies at 2 p.m. every day, then welcome homeless people into those vacant rooms.
honestly, would you check into a hotel knowing that the chance of your...
I told you they're going to say this will diminish values, diminish the value. First of all, it's a Motel 6. Motherfucker, you're the manager of a Motel 6. Who the fuck is going to a Motel 6 and going, oh, there's homeless people here? Well, guess I'm not going to be here. What do you mean, dog? Every fucking Motel 6 is already people that literally can't get a fucking home. He's just mad that his clientele no longer will have to pay for it. That's it. That's literally it. That's so funny. That's incredible, dude. That is hilarious.
neighbor to the left or right is a homeless individual.
What does that mean? That means it's just a person without a home. Like, what does that mean? You're making it seem like a homeless individual is like something different. They're like a fucking alien.
Manoj Patel voluntarily rents some rooms to homeless people who are vetted and paid for by...
Oh, yeah. He voluntarily rents out rooms to homeless people already. That's why I fucking called it. He literally is already doing this. He just doesn't want to do it for free.
A local church, but he's against this bill that would make that mandatory.
We barely are surviving, number one. Number two, we have to think of the safety of our staff. And number three, we're not professionally or any otherwise equipped with any of the supporting mechanisms.
This part is correct. So let's be real. There are a lot of homeless people who are already fried. You know what I mean? And I've talked about the tier system of homelessness before. This measure is really good for people who are living in their fucking cars, okay? Who are in the beginning stages of being houseless, okay? But this measure itself is going to be really fucking difficult if you're talking about like someone who's like a tier 3 homeless person where they've already started self-medicating, they've lost all hope of like ever returning to the workforce, and also on top of that, not having shelter for many, many years have legitimately caused an irreparable amount of fucking brain damage. And that's true. And for people like that, it's a very delicate situation. They still deserve housing, obviously, and they should be a part of a housing first structure. This is kind of similar to that, okay? And those people absolutely need like care. It's hard to describe it to people because you fucking sound like you're talking about it from a dehumanizing person. You're talking about it like you're dehumanizing someone, but like it's real. That's a very delicate matter that needs to be dealt with professionals, okay? That know exactly how to communicate with people who are going through episodes in many instances. They need immediate health care. It's not just shelter. They need shelter immediately, okay? They need shelter immediately. But also on top of that, they also need constant management. They need someone taking care of them. Is it just me, or do you act like you have a solution to every problem? What are people like you called? Can you answer that, you smart ass? I'm a fucking idiot. I'm not a very smart person. I am the first person to admit that, my friend. I say it all the time. But I think in a lot of instances, a lot smarter people have decided that the solution is way more complex and way more difficult. So that dumb people like you and myself feel like, oh man, maybe they're right. Maybe these smart people are right because they're smart. They're the ones who are writing policy. And then at a certain point, you realize like they're not actually smart. They're being kind of pieces of shit. They're making it more difficult for no reason. Well, they are making it more difficult for a good reason. They just want to make more money. That's the difference. If you sat around and thought about some of these issues for more than a fucking second, and many people in this community do that because I urge them to do that. We talk about these sorts of things regularly. You will also come to similar conclusions. And because I do this for 8 hours every single day, nonstop, over and over again, it comes across like I have a solution for every single thing. I don't.
That the homeless guest would require.
What services would be provided remains unclear. Also unclear the funding, and hotels would be paid fair market rate.
It's up to the city. I mean, they did it during Project Roomkey.
The pandemic-era program now winding down that inspired this bill by placing more than 10,000 people in hotels that volunteered. Sean Bigdelli among them.
Well, first of all, it's a blessing. It's a great room. The technology is not up to par, but, you know, what technology do you have in a tent?
This bill would also force developers to replace housing demolished to make way for new hotels, and hotel permits would be introduced, as well as making every hotel from a Super 8 to the Biltmore accept homeless people as guests.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Why not?
Maybe for some, but you know, there's a lot of people with untreated mental health, and some people do some damage to these poor buildings, man.
This happened in Manoj Patel's motel.
And she marked all walls, curtains she burnt. Thank God there was no fire. Even marked the ceiling.
Opponents of housing the homeless in hotels fear this and fear tourists could be.
Okay, see, I already told you. I told you this is. No, stop saying poor buildings. Guys, chill. Okay. Like, yeah, poor buildings, but like, that's why I literally mentioned what I mentioned, okay? Yes, some people need more help than just shelter. Shelter is the first and foremost, most important thing that people need. But it's not, it's just the first step. Also, yes, rich people do that shit too, of course. Probably more frequently than the fucking homeless people do it. But you have to remember, dude, I don't know why. It's just like strange. I feel like it is kind of sheltered. Like, these are sheltered takes to make it seem like some homeless people don't need more help than just shelter. Shelter is the first and most important step. And that's why I advocate for a housing first policy with respect to tackling the homelessness crisis. But of course, there are a lot of fucking homeless people, I promise you, that need significantly more fucking help than just shelter, okay? Some of you motherfuckers live in Idaho and have never encountered a homeless person, so you're like, you don't understand it. But like, no, there's a lot of people that need it. Shelter is just the start. I mean, this seems like a real Band-Aid solution. The Cecil Hotel in downtown LA was already converted to a hybrid low-income housing because of city laws. It's housing approximately 600 low-income housing. Like, I don't know if you ever talk to volunteers or social workers, but like, bro, there are homeless encampments everywhere in every fucking city in Los Angeles at this point. Like, every fucking grid. Every city, I mean, every street on this grid has like one homeless encampment at this fucking point. Okay? And there are some people living in those homeless encampments that are fine. They could totally, all they need is shelter. And then boom, they have a place for hygiene. They have a roof over their head that gives them a security that also, gives them literal privacy and protection from not only the environment, but also like other people stealing shit from them. You know what I mean? And they're good. They're great. All of a sudden, boom, they bounce back. They can shower, shit, shave, and then they can get a fucking job, right? Because that is a huge burden for a lot of people. And then there are people who have been around, that have been around for so fucking long. They've been on the streets for so long that it's just like impossible to recover. Those people need extra help. And if you've ever either volunteered or worked with people that do this sort of thing, you would recognize how big of a workload that actually is and how delicate that situation is.
Be put off from even coming to LA.
I wouldn't want my kids around people that I'm not sure about. I wouldn't want to be in an elevator with some.
Oh, I'm surprised that the president of the Valley Industry and Commerce Association has an anti-homeless take.
Somebody who's clearly having a mental break. The idea that you can intermingle homeless folks with paying normal guests.
Normal.
it just doesn't work out.
We don't want to head backwards into the segregated South, but that's kind of the language that they're talking about. There's a certain class of people, less than humans, animals they almost describe them as, to be honest with you. They don't seem to understand who the unhoused are. We're talking again about seniors, students, working people. That's who the voucher program would benefit the most.
So, about 18 months until this is actually on a ballot, and expect plenty mudslinging between now and then. Some opponents have already told us that they think the union is pushing this bill just as a negotiating tactic for leverage. The union themselves tell us that is false. But the union says they want to hold the hotels accountable.
Bro, I don't know what's going to happen. I think that this is a Band-Aid solution. The real solution revolves around, like, unfortunately, undermining one of the most important planks of asset ownership, of you know, accruing wealth, which is home ownership. You know, Americans are used to their housing prices constantly going up, and it only goes down when the bubble bursts. You know what I mean? And the government will only take legislative action towards maintaining their housing, the housing market going up regularly, year over year. And I don't know, outside of decommodifying housing, these sorts of solutions are like Band-Aid solutions, because these are vacancies. You can, one, personally fucking buy out the vacancies on purpose in an effort to ensure that no homeless person, you never have to give any room to a homeless person. You can also just, you know, you're going to be what, kicking homeless people out 2 days in when the rooms are completely booked, you know what I mean? And that's fucking terrible. I used to volunteer with homeless orgs here in Houston, and you're 100% right. Some homeless are super chill, and some you can tell have gone through it and are either very skittish or aggressive from years out in the streets. Being homeless is a brutal thing that has you constantly on edge. Housing is just a step of many to help these people gain a sense of normalcy. Yeah. I mean, dude, I don't know. Maybe it's because I live in Los Angeles, but like I interact with homeless people every day, like literally, which is probably unheard of for so many people. Like, I assume. But living in West Hollywood, yeah, I interact with homeless people every fucking day, like multiple times a day. Anyone that lives in a big city probably also has this exact same experience. Some of those experiences are looking the other way as they fucking quietly jerk off, okay? And hoping that, you know, that person can eventually get the help that they need. And other experiences are playing basketball with them. You know what I mean? Or some shit like that. And it ranges just like the mental health issues range. You know what I mean? And it is, I don't know. It just, your homeless jerk off story was hilarious though. I mean, it's not hilarious when you think about it, because, you know, my mom lives here. You know what I mean? But like, I know the jerk off guy, like that dude needs way more help than just like jerking off in a hotel room. Immediately putting him in a hotel room, you know, is better. Now he can jerk off in the comfort of a hotel room. He can take a shower and stuff. Okay? Or the poop towel story. I mean, the poop towel one is like, the poop towel story is just like, that one is a direct reason that one is a direct problem caused by not having like adequate hygiene, adequate places to take a shit and shower. You know what I mean? That's just the direct solution. Poop towel? Yeah, someone shat in a towel and like left it directly in my parking space outside my house. And I drove over it. That was a long time ago. Why don't you let your homeless people live in? Why don't you let homeless people into your house, into your vacant rooms? I don't know. Why don't you let them? Why don't you do that? You have a couch. Like, what kind of question is this, bro? Like, that's such a fucking stupid argument. I don't know why this is like a legitimate argument. No, I don't want a fucking stranger. It doesn't matter if they're homeless or not. Do you allow strangers into your own home that you don't know to stay with you? Like, it doesn't even need to be a homeless person. Is that how that works? Like, what a psychotic fucking take, dude. Let's say I let one homeless person live with me. What happens to the fucking 56,000 other homeless people? Are they all going to take turns? I love that argument because there's like so many unoccupied office buildings in every major city that we could use, but nah, I need to share my 400 square feet studio because I have empathy. Yeah, exactly. They also imply that homeless people don't deserve the privacy. Like, that's so crazy. Bro, I won't even let my cousin stay over. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, people genuinely think that's an adequate dunk too. When in fact the real dunk is at the top of the hour. That chatter who's not going to subscribe is going to get served an ad break. At the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free. Twitch Prime is free. Or you can get gifted a sub. Okay? Pecker Protector Sohaib, thank you for gifting a sub, allowing 5 people to no longer see those ads. Here's the one I'm going to have right now. American politics is literally just blaming individual people for systemic problems. Yeah, it's so stupid. It's so fucking incredibly stupid. It is so, like, painfully American hyper-individualistic, dumb brain attitudes. I literally, like, when you're advocating for... Oh, shit. Look at that. Chateau Marmont won the contract. Chateau Marmont and Unite Here Local 11 have reached an understanding that will allow the hotel to return to its normal level of operations. Let's go. That's fire. Just landed at LAX. Traffic is unbelievable. Good luck, chatter. It's the worst place on earth. One of the worst places on earth. This is great. NLRB did something amazing today, too. What did they do? Starbucks illegally withheld raises and benefits from workers in order to scare them out of unionizing. Now the NLRB is prosecuting them. NLRB is, thank you to the NLRB for taking action against to protect workers and punish companies that try to exploit and abuse them. That's awesome. By the way, I don't know if some of you not old heads, but I don't know if some of you remember, I said that Amazon and NLRB, I suspect that Amazon and Starbucks is taking actions like this that are very openly against the law, like established law. Maybe I'm too doom-pilled, but I think they're doing this on purpose so they can, take it up the courts and take it to the Supreme Court to completely abolish what remaining crumbs of, like, institutional protection exists for laborers. More union news breaking. Chipotle workers in Lansing, Michigan have won their historic union election. They formed the first ever unionized Chipotle in the country with the Teamsters. That's fucking fire. Congratulations. Makes me feel less shitty about eating Chipotle every fucking day. Why you got to put that out there? Now I'm doomer. I mean, dude, they have to fucking eviscerate the remaining labor protections. And the best way to do that is by taking it all the way up to the Supreme Court, which is stacked with a 6-3 super majority of psychotic Republicans.
And make sure that the hotels play their part in tackling a problem that is...
Don't worry, your store isn't union. I know that, dummy. I'm saying good. That's how it starts. One store unionizes. All of a sudden, other stores are like, wait a minute, we can do that too. It's the fucking revolutionary spark of optimism that you see when a store successfully unionizes. Look at fucking Starbucks.
Frankly, only getting worse.
Anyway. Today and every day, really, beware of college grads on here making broad pronouncements about what non-college grads think. While targeted debt relief is broadly popular, it's actually more popular among non-college grads than college grads. Wait, what? What the fuck? I did not know that. The federal government should eliminate all student loan debt for every borrower. Black voters, 50%. Latino voters, 33%. All of it. Respect. White voters, immediately fucking bootstrapping Andes over here, 23%. Independents, 34%. Some student loan debt. Dude, this is such a popular fucking idea, man. God damn it. And more non-college educated people support abolishing all student loan debt for every borrower. More non-college educated people. That's awesome. I suspect it has something to do with wealth. The more wealth you have, okay, just hear me out on this, because I'm looking at these demographics, and I know something about these demographics. The more wealthy those demographics are, the less likely they are for debt abolition. Interesting. That's why when you look at white voters, it's a much smaller percentage that is advocating for debt abolition, even though it is still a sizable one. Okay? Kind of weird. Kind of weird. That number probably also includes people that stopped attending school due to cost. Yeah, sure. Okay, let's look at more stupid takes from stupid Republicans, and then we'll look at the Biden slam dunks on it. Abortion we talked about already. Student loan forgiveness undermines one of our military's greatest recruitment tools at a time of dangerously low enlistments. Like, he's just admitting it, dude. He's just admitting it. You're giving the game away, Representative Jim Banks. It's the poverty draft. How about you shouldn't have your fucking shit blown off? I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Call me crazy. But maybe you shouldn't have your shit blown off to fucking get like a communications degree. That's not satire, by the way. That's how fucking stupid that is. Left wet flanks had a good QRT on it. Yeah. Left flank veterans. Anyway, let's continue with these dumbasses.
The Inflation Reduction Act is reducing our debt, and therefore that reduction of debt will end up paying for this $300 billion or $500 billion, whatever it ultimately is, of debt. So you don't really have to worry about it, the rest of you. No, this is about the fact that Joe Biden wants to get reelected. He knows that 53% of people who are under the age of 35.
HasanAbi is an undercover right. Yes. That's why I like to make the best possible argument against the right all the time. So that what? Because I like playing in new game +7 difficulty. So that, there are more people who have better arguments against my secret worldview.
I disapprove of him, and this is one of the ways that he wants to get their vote. He wants to buy their vote. Now, the whole idea is part of a system that is so corrupt because the cost of education is going up not with inflation, but it is literally going up in line with the federal loan expansions. So the universities understand that the more these kids get federal loans, the more we can increase the price of tuition at the universities. So this is a giveaway to a group of people that the president needs to get elected. The sad part about all this is there's no talk of responsibility, no talk about contract law, the fact that you went in and you said you wanted to borrow money, you signed on the dotted line, you agreed to pay, you live in an economy, Joe Biden, that you're bragging about that's so terrific that there's no problem. If you want a job, you can get a job. And yet they're saying, look, you know, if you're from a household of up to $250,000, you know, we'll give you $10,000, $20,000.
That's so funny. Like, they just keep using the $250,000 metric. It's like, dude, they shouldn't have even they should not have means tested that. It's just a talking point. It doesn't matter. The most effective counter to that is to showcase the numbers. It's literally like 28 million people that have taken less than $10,000 and $20,000 in loans. And it's the broad majority is like literally, yeah, at 17 years old. Exactly. I was 17 when I signed. It's same with most people. You have people rolling on the floor here? What?
If you can't pay back your student loan. What about the senior citizens? You know, what about the veterans? What about the people who really need it?
Fucking dickheads, man. I hate them. I hate them so much. They only bring up homeless people, veterans, and senior citizens exclusively to use that as a talking point against people. That's the only time the thought of a senior citizen or a veteran crosses the minds of these fucking demons.
No, this is part of a socialist state. This is part of the state.
That's right.
And Jesse, you're right about the concept of
That's right.
the ideology. Putting these kids through the universities, indoctrinating them, making the universities rich, making the rest of us pay for it. My heart bleeds for the people who actually went out and paid for their loans, who
That's
went
right,
without things, whose family said, I'm sorry, we can't afford to pay for your loans. Look, my family paid for my education. I'm sure they had better things to do with their money. I didn't have to take out a loan because they paid for it.
She admitted it! She admitted it! Fuck! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!
Up to $250,000, you know, we'll give you $10,000, $20,000 if you can't pay back your student loan. What about the senior citizens? You know, what about the veterans? What about the people who really need? See, you're right about the concept of the ideology. Putting these kids through the universities, indoctrinating them, making the universities rich, making the rest of us pay for it. My heart bleeds for the people who actually went out and paid for their loans, who went without things, whose families said, I'm sorry, we can't afford to pay for your loans. Look, my family paid for my education.
Fuck you! 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 Fuck yourself! Fuck yourself! Fuck yourself! I have so much more to say about her that is just the terms of service violation. So just think about every terms of service violation. Think about every single one of them because I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it just like you, okay? Holy shit. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Shut the fuck up. Oh, my family paid for it. Yeah, no shit. That's why you don't have a fucking take on this that's worth anything, you dumb motherfucker. Also, when you went to school, you 900-year-old vampire, school was like $40, okay? So shut the fuck up!
I'm sure they had better things to do with their money. I didn't have to take out a loan because they paid for it, but they worked hard for their money. This is a giveaway, and it's disgusting.
What about those people who worked overnights?
This is a giveaway to people who didn't have parents who could just pay for their college education. It's disgusting. They admit it. They're just... I told you this before. The moment that the Democrats do anything, reactionary Republicans have to react. They have to react against any level of progress. And how do you react to something that is otherwise positive? By just openly giving the game away. Showcasing your horrific disdain for the working poor. Immediately. Immediately, she turned around and was like, it's fucked up. Oh my God, it's so good.
Right, to pay to go to school. This just in, our very own Peter Doocy was at the press briefing. We hadn't had a press briefing in a while. This exchange occurred.
How can the country afford such a massive handout?
If you look at what this president has done, if you look at the end of this coming end of the fiscal year, $1.7 trillion that we have reduced, brought down the deficit.
Who is paying for this?
What we are saying is the work that this administration has done, the work that the Democrats in Congress has done, is actually there.
But when you forgive debt, you're not just disappearing debt. So who is paying for this?
And then I'll give you the second part. We lifted the pause, right? We're going to lift the pause.
It's debt owed to the federal government. It's debt owed to the federal government. It's debt owned to the federal government. No one is paying for it. Maybe down the line they could by raising taxes on the wealthy, but they're not, except they kind of did already with the IRA, which is already taxing the wealthier corporations. That's what they're talking about. As far as if you care about deficit reduction, okay? If you care about deficit reduction, which no one does, they only use it as a talking point, except maybe Democrats do. Democrats do care about deficit reduction because they're fucking stupid. But other than Democrats, no one authentically cares about deficit reduction. But even if you did, the IRA does that. Shut the fuck up.
At the end of this year, which is going to matter, right? Which is going to offset a lot of what we're doing as well.
How does that offset it, Tyrus?
The answer is don't ask, don't tell. Like that's literally, she's not going to give him the answer.
No, not the IRS. IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act.
So
I really want to hear from this fucking clown, dude. Oh, thank God. I mean, that guy has just the same bona fides as all those other fucking shitheads. So it's not that crazy that they have this dude, chirping about this shit.
Constantly refer to him as the president, chief, and enabler, because this is what an enabling parent does, and he governs the same way he parents. He enables. So what does he do? He throws money on everything. How do you appease your voters? That 60% of those poor, rich white folks who make $125 a year that need the extra help, you give them money. Why? So maybe they'll vote. So maybe they'll take that extra $20,000 or $10,000 they get and they put it in donations right back. So it's recycling. So I think that's probably the way he looks at it. But this is how this administration is. They're always doing this. That new deal that's signed, they talked about all these great things they're going to do for the American people. The one that really stood out to me was they talked about type 1 diabetes and the insulin, and it's going to be lower and you're going to be saving so much money. I have a type 1 diabetic in my house. So for this, I was like, okay, maybe I disagree with a lot of things, but I'm with this. But then you read the fine print. Now, the stuff for the people that he cares about and he's taking care of, their stuff comes in really quick. It's already going to start kicking in at the end of this year. I won't see and I'm luckily and blessed to where I can afford these insane prices on insulin, but you won't see that change in price till 2026.
Oh,
so
that's
no relief in sight. That is what you call gaslighting and loophole. They played on.
I love that, dude. He said Joe Brandon is gaslighting. Joe Brandon is gaslighting and girl bossing America. Joe Brandon is gaslighting and girl bossing America into thinking that, they're going to have their insulin payments coming in.
On the American people's feelings, we're going to get lower medications and it's really going to help our homes. Yeah, in 2026. But this 60% of Jesse's favorite people, they're going to get theirs right away. And that's what you have when you're an enabler. He takes care of what's most important to him, and the hell with us.
Wait, what? Every Republican, including everyone sitting at that table, literally opposed the IRA, you fucking idiot. What is he talking about? Like, literally every Republican and the network that he is currently sitting on the table of wholeheartedly opposed it. Now he's like, well, it's not fast enough. He's using his finishing move. What is his finishing move? Deciding? Actually, I mean, that is the most Republican thing you can do. Wasn't it Chuck Grassley? I tweeted about this a while ago, but a couple days back. Chuck Grassley straight up fucking went back to a town hall and was openly talking about how he passed the pharmaceutical bill within the IRA when he literally voted against it multiple fucking times. It's just one of my favorite things that Republicans do always is like they stand against any sort of legislative action that will help people and then only to turn back and take credit for it. Here it is. Here it is. This is it. Here you go.
Probably hundreds of thousands of Iowans were struggling to pay their insulin. And why can't we?
That's how you know that shit was good, by the way. Wait for the Republicans to start taking credit for how, student loan debt relief was their idea, actually.
Probably hundreds of thousands of Iowans were struggling to pay their insulin. And why can't we do something about that?
I'm for the $35 cap. And
He's for the $35 cap.
Shaheen.
No, he's not.
From New Hampshire, Senator Collins from Maine are working on a bipartisan bill to do that. It would also include something that's very important, other than just a cap. Because if you just cap it and don't do something with what we call the pharmacy benefit managers, PBMs we call it for short, all they're going to do is shift the price someplace else, and they're going to continue to profit the same. The PBMs are the middle people between the pharmaceutical companies and you as a consumer, and it's a very opaque business. Don't know much about it, and I have written to the FTC to study that, and if they're make recommendations to it, and if Cantwell, a Democrat from Wyoming or from Washington State, and I have a bill in that got out of her Commerce Committee because she's chairman of that committee, that would try to rein in the PBMs as well, because the bill that passed the House doesn't do anything with PBM, or I mean it passed. It's to the president now. It doesn't do anything with PBMs, and if you don't do something with PBMs, you aren't going to solve the problem.
But there was a chance to cap that insulin at 35 for everybody in that bill, and it didn't pass.
It would have just capped it for the people that are on commercial health insurance. It wouldn't have done anything for the uninsured.
But
So
that would have been something.
So the Kennedy amendment that lost on a vote of 50-50 that I voted for would have done it for the uninsured people.
Yeah, it didn't go far enough. That's why. Dude, I love that. He's like, oh, dude, it's just because it didn't go far enough that I didn't vote for it. It's like, shut the fuck up, you fucking bitch here. Get Mao Zedong. Anyway.
Harold, in the green room, you were saying you thought that Biden's cancellation of debt was a great idea. And I'm just
channeling like summation.
I'm trying to be like Greg, but give us your take.
So two things.
Everyone that sits on Fox 5, the person that sits on that seat, for those of you who don't know, has to say some liberal shit, for the record. So if he says some like based shit for Fox News, understand that that's the reason.
I have a problem with this. Number one, I think Jason Furman is right. This is going to cause inflation. This is not
never mind, not today.
Going to reduce inflation. And you made the point, Dana, I think rightly so. The $300 billion that the Inflation Reduction Act devoted towards debt reduction, you wiped that out. Two, what I'm having a hard time getting my head around is the fairness issue. For families who say...
Never mind, they're not doing it today. Usually they do that. Everyone, like, it's usually fucking mustachio man. What the fuck's his name? I'm forgetting his name now. God damn it. Geraldo. Yes, thank you. Geraldo's the one who fucking plays the role of the liberal.
Saved for family, for those who took out loans. I took out a loan for the third year of law school at the University of Michigan. I paid my loan back. Bless my parents, paid me.
To be fair, though, this is the liberal take. Liberals are against this, too, because they're fucking... Well, media liberals are, because they're scum fucking parasitic, wealthy, elitist pieces of shit. I despise motherfuckers that try to cut this as an argument that is, like, somehow against the working class. It's bullshit. I hate the anti-education argument. I know I joke a lot about like article heads or you know, I joke a lot about like PhDs and like people who did too much college and are now like, I don't know, talking about doing bodies and spaces all the time. But ultimately, I'm not anti-education. Education is profoundly important, even as an experience, even if you're not like actually learning anything really all that important. Okay? And these motherfuckers that stand against it, they don't actually stand against it. Their kids are going to go to college. They know their kids are going to go to they know their kids are going to go to college.
Me through college, paid my way through college in the first 2 years of law school. I think my dad thought law school was only 2 years. But the fairness issue for families who've done it, the fact that they didn't think about in this whatever they did yesterday and however they may do, and it could very well.
You just say thank my
families who've done it. The fact that they didn't was only 2 years. First 2 years of law school. I think my dad thought law school was only 2 years. But the fairness issue for families who've done it, the fact that they didn't think about in this whatever they did yesterday and however they may do, and it could very well.
Wait, oh, he paid back his daddy. He got a loan from his daddy, and he paid him back. Oh, got it.
Up in court, like you say, Judge. Why not figure out a way to give tax credits to families and to individuals, to students who borrowed money and paid it back?
His dad paid for the first 2 years. His dad paid for undergrad and 2 years of law school. Oh, got it.
Or those families who saved money like our families did, and many American families have.
Motherfucker, you're 70 years old. Shut the fuck up. You are not in the same predicament. Like, you're not. It is a drastically different fucking world that we're speaking of right now. God damn it, these people are such dickheads, bro. Oh, well, you know, my daddy paid for my school. They worked really hard, and they were able to do it.
Send their kids to college. Two, if you're going to, the second part of it, two, if you're going to do this tailored for the things we need, I would agree with you. No more art history majors. If you want to be an art history major, fair enough. You're not going to get a break on your loan. Plumbers, engineers, electricians, pilots, teachers, nurses, family doctors, the things we need. That's where
yeah, every one of those motherfuckers has like a child or two that needs student loans to be able to fucking go to college. So shut the fuck up.
Where it should have been given. And finally, Judge,
or
you
have
nailed
gotten
it.
them.
The cost of college. These college administrators should have to come before Congress.
This is the only part of the argument that is true. This is the only part of the argument that is adequate. College campuses are insanely expensive. They hyper-focus on bringing in the wealthiest people that have the capacity to pay for it from all around the world, not just all around the country, but all around the world. And that's the reason why they spend a shitload of money on like pools and ridiculous dumb shit and their sports programs and make college insanely and unnecessarily expensive. That is part of the reason why that is part of the reason why college education is so expensive in this country. It's ridiculous.
Much like we've hauled in healthcare.
Yeah, I racked up a ton of debt at Plummer University. Man, shut the fuck up, okay? If you're a plumber, do you want your child to also be a plumber? Or maybe your child doesn't want to be a fucking plumber. Plumbers have children too. Shut the fuck up. Also, I laid pipe to your mom, so call me the plumber now, okay? And also, that's such a dumb fucking take because I literally know, not plumbers, but like people who do contracting work, people who work in fucking construction that literally have a fuck ton of college debt because they originally had a marketing major and then decided to switch industries. So shut the fuck up. Plumbers also can have debt. Trades have to go to school too. Trades also can, people in the trades could go to community college and then switch professions. People in the trades can also originally go to full-blown like bachelor's degree offering colleges and then switch professions. It just doesn't matter. Also, again, my brother is a fucking STEM lord. He is extremely high skilled. Probably one of the more high-skilled laborers in the fucking country, in the top 1% of high-skilled laborers. That motherfucker could not pay his student loan debt, okay? So even when they talk about like STEM lords, okay? Yeah, people who are building fucking rocket ships for the American government are still not able to pay for their fucking student loan debt. Even though They went to fucking state school. So shut the fuck up. There's a fuckload of STEM lords in here in this community that also have a fuckload of student loan debt.
And tobacco and others, tech companies say, tell us, where is it going? The inflation is here. Your numbers are there. What are the kids getting for that?
Do you know why they care about this? Because they know that it's a popular idea and they can't let the Democrats ever get a win. That's it. That's why. Because if they let Democrats get a win, and an anti-capitalist win nonetheless, holy shit, all of a sudden people are going to start asking questions. People are going to start saying, wait, if they cancel the debt for this, why can't they cancel more? Wait a minute, if they cancel the debt for this, like, can I get more money? You don't want to let people even dare to dream, okay? Because once people have a positive association with the actions the government takes, and it's not just the government takes money away from you and like hands it off to fucking major corporations and that's it. All of a sudden you're like, well, I don't like this. I don't like this at all, because people could turn around and say, hey, I want more from the government now. It completely goes against the Reaganite, I'm here from the government and I'm here to help attitude. Or sorry, the worst words you can hear is, I'm here from the government and I'm here to help.
That gap. And I don't know if they are. Perhaps they have a great answer. If I were the White House, look, you've done it, but you got to marry it with something where with 2 to 4 to 6 years from now, we're not coming back with this same conversation, because it can cost upwards of $100,000 a year once you look at room and board, coming home, food at schools for kids that go to college. And I just don't understand what kids are getting out of it. So I wish them the best.
And what about the people that took out loans in order to buy tools to start a business, the F-150s or whatever it might be? Or even maybe they bought an electric vehicle. Maybe you could give them more of a break on.
Oh, my God. Oh, no. What if they did this hypothetical thing? Oh, no. Well, you know, sucks to suck. Plenty of people didn't, so who cares? Like, this is the reason why they cut this, by the way. Look at this. CNN panel clashes over Biden's debt forgiveness plan. What clash, motherfucker? Fuck you. Go to jail.
When you think about this, why are you already smirking? What's happening right now? Hold on. I didn't ask a question. Just tell me why you're smirking.
What is this?
The level of classification that we're talking about here for these documents, beyond top secret, beyond sensitive compartmented, that could very well include the plans for counterstriking against Russia in the event of a nuclear attack. That's something that's part of the football program, which I've written about, where the president chooses options from these documents on how to respond. He has to respond within 20 minutes to prevent annihilation of the United States. And that's one item that could be in these documents. Another is our penetrations by the CIA of foreign embassies, of foreign leaders like Putin, as well as recruitment of
So what happened, bro? What the fuck?
spies overseas. So we're talking about incredibly valuable secrets that the Russians, of course, would have been after. The Russians would have been trying to penetrate Mar-a-Lago day and night, and very possibly did recruit spies to obtain these documents.
Ron, you're saying that they could be there. We have no idea if they're there or not, and we'll never know. And at this point, based upon all of your...
And please, let's not know, actually, because if we were to find out, that would greatly undercut the argument that I've been making for the past 2 weeks. So please, let's keep it that way. Let's keep not knowing. Let's not know, and let's keep speculating.
Reporting and the report we just did at the top, you can't trust these guys because they lie and they plant evidence for a living. And
Hey, Ron, we didn't bring you on to fucking, talk about it like this, okay? We didn't bring you on here. Okay, here's a Brandon take, by the way. Student debt relief must go to those who really need it, period. My administration is ensuring that no high-income individual or household in the top 5% will benefit from debt cancellation. Nearly 90% of debt cancellation benefits will go to borrowers earning less than $75,000. Go ahead, swing that, dude. That's why Jason Furman, knowing that this was the policy, did something that is unimaginably fucked up and said, well, those people with $75,000 will probably be making more in the future. That's what's incredibly fucked up about this, by the way. Because these motherfuckers know nearly 90% of the benefits are going to earners that are earning less than $75,000, right? That's not a big sum. Like, that's not a gigantic fucking, that's not exactly caked up motherfuckers. Okay? Sure, depending on where you live, 75 grand can go a long way. But that's why they're bitching about people with like $250,000. It's like, bro, that's 13%. 13%. Not caked up at all when cost of living is insane, medical debt is insane. Yeah. I mean, it depends on where you live. If you're living in California, 75 grand, you're barely fucking making ends meet. Like, if you're living in Los Angeles, 75 grand, I think that's 75 grand or 65 grand was when I was like still not, making ridiculous spending. 65 grand, I was still thinking about like, do I take this Uber or what do I do? Do I just not go out tonight? You know what I mean? Because, and of course I had 2 roommates too. It's unimaginable to think of when you are thinking of, 65 grand in Oklahoma, but rent is so fucking high, dude. That was, for me, the pivotal moment when I realized I was like financially super secure was when I didn't even think about an Uber price. Like when I could fucking hit Uber and not even do the mental math of like, how much will this cost? Should I wait a little bit to see if like the price will go down or anything like that? That's when I was like, all right, I've made it. Also, we saw this gross shit that Donald Trump Jr. put out. He says, Biden-Harris, student loan forgiveness, millennial voters. Like, I mean, I think most millennial or even any kind of voter would suck any matter of student loan forgiveness cock. So that's a really dumb take. Champagne socialist. Yep, you got me. Like I said earlier, we don't need the peanut butter. Yeah, literally. They could have just like said, yeah, you don't need the peanut butter. A third of borrowers owe less than 10K in student loan debt. We already talked about this. The number of federal student loan borrowers by outstanding debt. Like this wipes out. Look at that. 7.1 million, 7.5 million. That's 15 million voters. 15 million motherfuckers wiped out. Up to 10K. Another 9.3 million up to 20K, especially if they have Pell Grants. It's just great. It's awesome. It's great news. It's fucking awesome. Perfect. House GOP's Kevin Brady on Biden's student debt plan. This is going to be challenged in the courts. President Biden is using authority from after the 9/11 terrorist attacks to do this. I'm really hopeful this challenges in the court successfully. Yeah, fucking... Anyway, I'm not going to say anything about 9/11 or what I want to do to people when I hear shit like that. So let's hear what Tucker Carlson's take is on.
A lot of posturing about student loan debt, but actually some of it's true. Student loan debt really has crushed a generation. Maybe.
Look at that. Tucker knows. Tucker reads the room better than everybody else. He's still going to fucking counter this and say it's gender degrees, okay? He's still going to do that. He has to do that. But at least even he understands that, like, this is a broadly popular provision, so he's going to fucking mention that it's like, people are being crushed.
Maybe multiple generations of...
He will flip the script on to college campuses that have increased prices to give you, like, homosexuality degrees, homosexual Marxism degrees, and brainwash your children. And he'll say college campuses are raising their prices, and this is only going to make it worse. This is a gift, a handout. This is a gift, a handout to college campuses.
American young people.
That sort of thing.
If you're wondering why your kids aren't married or even living on their own, Student loan debt may be a big part of the reason. They can't afford to. They're in hock to some well-manicured diploma mill whose degree turned out to be worth a lot less than advertised. A 5-year communications major from Arizona State? Perfect! Step right this way. You're now a barista in a strip mall. The whole thing's a scam, obviously. Think timeshares in Cabo, but without the waterfront condos. We've said all of this many times on the show. College debt is real, it's hurting young people, and there's really no good reason for it. So when Joe Biden announced today that he plans to cancel some of that debt, the obvious response would be to celebrate the announcement. But we didn't right away. Instead, we paused to learn the details about what he was proposing. That's a habit we've picked up from watching people like Joe Biden in action over the past several years. It's always worth reading the fine print. These are the very same people, after all, who decided it was a good idea somehow to defund the police. They're the ones who forced the entire American population to take an experimental COVID vaccine, even when it became obvious that it didn't work. These are the people who sent crack pipes to crack addicts, the ones who think 16-year-olds should vote in presidential elections, the ones who screamed at you about how Ukraine's borders are sacrosanct, but yours are racist, etc., etc., etc. These are people, in other words, with a long and public track record of very bad ideas, extraordinarily bad ideas. Ideas so stupid you couldn't make them up. So the question is this idea different? We want it to be, but unfortunately it's not. And here's how you know it's not. Colleges aren't refunding any of the loan money. You are. You are. But wait, you say, I didn't defraud anyone. I didn't claim that a degree in post-colonial liberation studies from Wesleyan would be worth anything. I didn't take 80 grand a year from middle-class families in order to turn their children into Xanax-addicted robots with no job prospects. Well, no, you didn't do any of that. But you're paying reparations.
It's so funny. He's torching his own writing room, by the way. Like, he's torching his own writer's room right now. Like, literally. Like, how many of those fucking cucks went to Wesleyan, you piece of shit? How many of your fucking audience is Xanax-addicted moms and shit? Also, once again, I just want to point something out here, but Tucker Buckley Swanson Carlson, who is, of course, a frozen food dynasty inheritance recipient himself. Let's see what college he went to. Let's see what his education is. Oh, yeah. He got a Bachelor of Art from Trinity College, a private liberal arts college in Hartford, Connecticut. Huh, that's interesting. That's pretty cool, man. No, tell me more about how fucking useless your degree was, you piece of shit. Remember, all of these fucking media demons who constantly talk about, like, STEM lords. It's like, they all literally are theater kids. Steven Crowder, theater kid. Okay? They all went to motherfucking liberal arts universities. Also in 20 minutes, this libtard arts university degree recipient is going to be having Andrew Tate on. What is this? This fits and you call this stuff all the time. Yeah, I mean, they're done with the FBI shit. The FBI shit wasn't going so far, so now, like, they're going to be angry about student loan forgiveness. But you can say that about anything. You can say that about liberals, too. Things that are in the public consciousness are things that people get mad at. It's just interesting to see that Tucker Carlson is, 9-year marriage turned sour. When he was in first grade, he's moved to La Jolla in San Diego. He attended the country day school and grew up in the home overlooking the La Jolla Beach and Tennis Club. His father owned property in Nevada, Vermont, and islands in Maine and Nova Scotia. Oh, yeah, that's what he looked like at the Buckley School in 1975. Yeah, he was briefly enrolled at College du Le Mans, a boarding school in Switzerland, but was kicked out. And he attained his secondary education at St. George's School, a boarding school in Middletown, Rhode Island, where he started dating his future wife, Susan Andrews, the headmaster's daughter. He then went to Trinity College in Hartford, Connecticut, graduating in 1991 with a BA in history. He also went he was a part of the Dan White Society, which, for those of you who don't know, is an apparent reference to the American political assassin who murdered San Francisco Mayor George Moscone and Supervisor Harvey Milk. After college, Carlson tried to join the CIA, but his application was denied, after which he decided to pursue a career in journalism with the encouragement of his father, who advised him that they'll take anybody. And boy, isn't that true.
Operations anyway. Wesleyan's not. Wesleyan's off the hook. They all
La Jolla, yeah. La Jolla.
are. They'll pay nothing for the scam they perpetrated, though they're a lot richer than you will ever be. No.
There's something so nice about a muted Tucker Carlson.
So you're paying.
Yeah, I said I wasn't going to watch Tucker Carlson yesterday, and I'm not violating that rule, actually. I don't want to watch it. No, Tucker Carlson's having tater tot. What? Change my view. The far right is a much bigger threat than the far left in the U.S. today. What, dude? I don't care about some fucking dumbass like Reddit thread that's probably brigaded all the shit. Get the fuck out of here. Get off Reddit. Get off Reddit. Get the fuck off Reddit. Look at how long that shit is. Just read a book, man. What's wrong with you? Why are you reading Reddit so much? Just read a fucking book. Read a novel. All right, let's look at motherfucking Zuckerberg.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
When we take down something that we're not supposed to, I mean that is like, I mean that's the worst.
Remember, fun fact, but Mark Zuckerberg quite literally said Holocaust revisionism, the single best indicator that someone is a fucking actual out and about Nazi, is appropriate on his platform. Remember when he said this while people were talking about Facebook's own involvement in the ongoing genocide of Rohingya Muslims, okay, in Myanmar. Facebook quite literally, and this is well documented, played a role on WhatsApp in the dissemination of misinformation that led to the genocide of Muslims in Myanmar.
I mean, how do you discern? Like how, like say, like these Christian Facebook pages. I don't know how they found out that 19 of 20 were fake. But if someone just says, I am Bob Smith, and they post as Bob Smith, and they have a photograph, but really what they're doing is trying to talk shit about Joe Biden and get people to vote Republican in the midterms. Like how do you know whether someone's real or not? Like this is the big argument with Elon and Twitter, because Elon asked Twitter, like, what percentage of your website is filled with bots? And they say 5%. And he says, I don't believe you. I think it's higher. And let's find out how you've come to this conclusion.
Yeah.
And, you know, I believe they said that they just took 100 random Twitter pages and looked at the interaction, and there's some sort of an algorithm they applied to it. But how do you discern?
Yeah, so I mean, I think estimating the overall prevalence is one thing, but I think that the question of looking at a page and
bro, am I crazy, or does Mark Zuckerberg look surprisingly more human right now? It's kind of surprising. Oh, you heard Ludwig talk about the genocide in Myanmar? Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, he's my favorite political commentator. That's where I get all my talking points.
Is this page authentic? I think that there's a bunch of signals around that. One of the things that we try to do is for large pages, we try to make sure that we know who the admin of that page is. We don't necessarily, if you should be able to run an anonymous page. You don't necessarily need to out yourself and say who you are running it, but we want to make sure that we sort of have like an identity for that person on file, so that way we know, like at least behind the scenes, that that person is real. For certain political things, I think having a sense of what country they're originating from. I mean, some of that you can do just by looking at where their server traffic comes from, like is the IP address coming from Romania, or because if it's like an ad in some other country's election, then you probably want to make sure that that ad is especially in countries that have laws around that, are coming from someone who's a valid citizen, or like at least in that place. So there's a bunch of, I think, I don't know, one theme in my worldview around this stuff, and when it gets to some of the stuff that we talked about before, is like, I don't think that this stuff is black and white, or that you're ever going to have like a perfect AI system. I think it's all trade-offs all the way down, right? And it's and you could build a system, and you can either be overly aggressive and capture a higher percent of the bad guys, but then also by accident take out some number of good guys, or you could be a little more lenient and say, okay, no, the cost of taking out any number of good guys is too high, so we're going to tolerate having just a little bit more more bad guys on the system. These are values questions, right? Around what do you value more, and those are super tricky questions. And part of what I've struggled with around this is I didn't get into this to basically judge those things. I got into this to design technology that helps people connect, right? It's like, and like, I mean, you could probably tell when we spent the first hour talking about the metaverse and the future of basically building this whole technology roadmap to basically give people this realistic sense of presence. It's like, that's what I'm here to do, right? So this whole thing that's like arbitrating what is okay and what is not, I obviously have to be involved in that, because this is at some level, I run the company, and I can't just abdicate that. But I also don't think that as a matter of governance, you want all of that decision making vested in one individual. So I think one of the things that our country and our government gets right is the separation of powers. So one of the things that I tried to create is we created this oversight board. It's an independent board that basically we appointed people whose kind of paramount value is free expression, but they also balance that with things like, when is there going to...
Yeah, that's why they fucking work with a Heritage Foundation to like moderate content, even before conservatives started complaining about fucking right-wing content not getting enough traction. If you're wondering why Daily Wire pops off so fucking hard on Facebook, contrary to what Republicans claim is happening, because like every time you look at news, they're always making it seem like Republicans are not getting any fucking, they're not getting enough clout. Oh yeah, no, here. Page 14. Fundamental freedoms, the mission examined, Myanmar authorities. The role of social media is significant. Facebook has been a useful instrument in those seeking to spread hate in a context where, for most users, Facebook is the internet. Although improved in recent months, the response of Facebook has been slow and ineffective. The extent to which Facebook posts and messages have led to the real-world discrimination and violence must be independently and thoroughly examined. The mission regrets that Facebook is unable to provide country-specific data about the spread of hate speech on its platform, which is imperative to assess the adequacy of its response. This is a report from the Independent International Fact-Finding Mission on Myanmar by the Human Rights Council. Like, they just straight up are like, Facebook played a role, we just don't know how bad it was. How wild.
Be real harm to others in terms of safety or privacy or other human rights issues, and basically that board people in our community can appeal cases to when they think that we got it wrong, and that board actually gets to make the final binding decision, not us. So in a way, I actually think that that is a more legitimate form of governance than having just a team internally that makes these decisions, or maybe some of them go up to me, although I don't spend a ton of my time on this on a day-to-day basis. But like, I think it's generally good to have some kind of separation of powers where you're architecting the governance so that way you have different stakeholders and different people who can make these decisions, and it's not just like one private company that's making decisions even about what just happens on our platform.
How do you guys handle things when they're a big news item that's controversial? Like there was a lot of attention on Twitter during the election because of the Hunter Biden laptop story, the New York
we
Post.
had that too.
Yeah, so you guys censored that as well?
So we took a different path than Twitter. I mean, basically the background here is the FBI, I think, basically came to us, some folks on our team, and was like, hey, just so you know, like you should be on high alert. There was we thought that there was a lot of Russian propaganda in the 2016 election. We have it on notice that basically there's about to be some kind of dump of that's similar to that. So just be vigilant. So our protocol is different from Twitter's. What Twitter did is they said you can't share this at all. We didn't do that. What we do is we have if something is reported to us as potentially misinformation, important misinformation, we also have this third-party fact-checking program because we don't want to be deciding what's true and false. And for I think it was 5 or 7 days when it was basically being determined whether it was false, the distribution on Facebook was decreased, but people were still allowed to share it. So you could still share it, you could still consume it.
So when you say the distribution is decreased,
it got shared.
How does that work?
It basically, the ranking in newsfeed was a little bit less. So fewer people saw it than would have otherwise. So it definitely.
By what percentage?
I don't know off the top of my head, but it's meaningful. But I mean, basically, a lot of people were still able to share it. We got a lot of complaints that was the case. Obviously this is a hyper-political issue, so depending on what side of the political spectrum, you either think we didn't censor it enough or censored it way too much. But we weren't sort of as black and white about it as Twitter. We just kind of thought, hey, look, if the FBI, which I still view as a legitimate institution in this country, it's like very professional law enforcement, they come to us and tell us that we need to be on guard about something, then I want to take that seriously.
Did they specifically say you need to be on guard about that story?
No, I don't remember if it was that specifically, but it basically fit the pattern.
When something like that turns out to be real, is there regret for not having it evenly distributed and for throttling the distribution of that story?
What do you mean evenly distributed?
I mean evenly in that it's not suppressed. It's not.
How does he not remember? Like, that's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, it sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because it turned out after the fact, the fact checkers looked into it. No one was able to say it was false, right? So basically it had this period where it was getting less distribution. So yeah, I mean, but I think I think it sucks though. I think in the same way that probably having to go through like a criminal trial but being proven innocent in the end sucks. Like, it still sucks to have like that you had to go through a criminal trial, but at the end you're free. So it's, I don't know if the answer would have been.
He's too busy building his dream life in metaverse. Yeah, with like 1998 graphics, dude. That's what he's doing.
Don't do anything or don't have any process. I think the process was pretty reasonable. We still let people share it. But obviously you don't want situations like that.
But certainly much more reasonable than Twitter's stance. And it's probably also the case of armchair quarterbacking, right? Or at least Monday morning quarterbacking, I should say. Because in the moment, you had reason to believe, based on the FBI talking to you, that it wasn't real and that there was going to be some propaganda. So what do you do?
Yeah.
And then if you just let it get out there, and what if it...
He's like, genocide, aiding and abetting through not moderating misinformation and an ongoing genocide, Hunter Biden's laptop story. What should I ask the fucking CEO, one of the most powerful people on the fucking planet, about? Yeah, probably the Hunter Biden laptop thing. That's what I should ask him about. That's seems like way more important subjects to cover.
Changes the election and it turns out to be bullshit. That's a real problem. And I would imagine that those kind of decisions are the most difficult. The decisions of like what is allowed and what is not allowed.
Yeah. I mean, what would you do in that situation?
I don't know what I would do. I would have to like really thoroughly. Well, first of all, you're dealing with the New York Post, which is one of the oldest newspapers in the country. So I would say I would want to talk to someone from the New York Post, and I would say, how did you come up with this data? Like, where are you getting the information from? How do you know whether or not this is correct? And then you have to make a decision because they might have got duped. It's hard because everybody wants to look at it after the fact. Now that we know that the laptop was real and then it was a legitimate story and there is potential corruption involved with him, what we think, oh, that should not have been restricted, that should not have been banned from sharing on Twitter. Right. I think everybody agrees with that. Even
Did Tucker Carlson tweet the Andrew Tate thing? I know it's going to be on soon. Did he tweet again? No, Andrew Tate hates tap water. He talks exclusively to Tucker at 8 p.m. Eastern on Fox News. Why is this like, oh my God.
Your bias against tap water?
Yeah, so in my long career online, I was trying to say some things. Like I said, I've said many things for comedic effect. And my
oh, damn. He's hitting the fucking... Bro, he's hitting the top of the hour ad break. That's what he's hitting right now. At the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, if you're not a brokey, if you're not a fucking brokey, if you're not a broke boy, you're a hustler, then you don't see ads. And the best way to no longer see the ads is by subscribing for $5. Or if you don't have $5, by stealing someone else's Amazon Prime account and connecting it to your Twitch account and getting one free Prime subscription a month. You can also get gifted a sub. If there's other top G's out there that are gifting subs, you can get one if you're lucky. But you're probably a bottom G, so you're going to see the ads. Femboy Edgeprop, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. But he's not going to be, I mean, that has a delay on it, so he's probably not going to be on yet, right? Tucker Carlson tonight is live now.
Steve from Oklahoma. Jesse, are you into CrossFit? Your arms are huge. You know, that's the only really huge part of my physique. Well, not the only one, but you know the one I'm talking about. I just was born with big arms. And I
Yeah, he's not live yet. He's not live yet. Your Tucker used to be your best, but your top G impression is easily your best now. Dude, it's because I consume too much. Sisyphus, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Tuckered out, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. You're real hustlers. Hassler, you, Bugatti, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Real Bugatti owner. Tate trying to out the Fox News right-wing media grift. I love... Someone was saying that I was someone literally did that quick like slam dunk of like, didn't you platform Andrew Tate? And I was like, yeah, I love platforming Andrew Tate. I totally did that. I do love that, by the way. Like the Andrew Tate debate overall was so like awful for him. Was so absolutely awful for him that like basically most people didn't even fucking say. Most people didn't even have the audacity to, oh, he's not going to get into it yet.
How could it happen? Once you accuse a man of racism and fascism and sexism, embezzlement.
Okay, well, we're not doing that yet.
Even Twitter agreed with that. But the thing is, then they didn't think that. In the beginning, they thought.
But yeah, that fucking, that debate, which you can barely fucking call a debate, let's be real. That one was so bad for him. It went so poorly for him that like most people don't even Most people don't even try to do the you platformed him too bullshit. Like, some people try and do it, but is this the reality where Tucker's now supporting a sex trafficker rapist? What do you mean, dude? That reality is not any different than the reality yesterday. I didn't even have him on my stream either, so there's
thought
that.
it was fake. So what do? Like, if something comes along and the Republicans cook up some scheme to make it look like Joe Biden's a terrible person, and they only do it so that they can win the election, but it's really just propaganda. What are you supposed to do with that? You're supposed to not allow that to be distributed. So if they think that's the case, it makes sense to me that they would try to stop it. But I just don't think that they looked at it hard enough. When the New York Post is talking about it, you know, they're pretty smart about what they release and what they don't release. If they're going over some data from a laptop and you could talk to a person, but again, like, this is just one story, like one individual story. Like, how many of these pop up every day, especially in regards to polarizing issues like climate change or COVID or you know, foreign policy or Ukraine? Anytime there's like a really controversial issue where some people think that it's imperative that you take a very specific stance and you can't have the other stance. Like, those moments on social media, those trouble a lot of people because they don't know why certain things get censored or certain things get promoted.
Yeah, I agree.
And it's like to be in your spot. And one of the things that I really wanted to talk to you about is this, because like to be in your spot must be insanely difficult. To have, no matter what decision you make, you're going to have a giant chunk of people that are upset at you. And there might be a right way to handle it, but I don't know what the fuck right way is.
Well, I think the right way is to establish principles for governance that try to be balanced and not have the decision-making too centralized. Because I think that it's hard for people to accept that, like, some team at Meta or that I personally am making all these decisions. And I think people should be skeptical about so much concentration around that. So that's why a lot of the innovation that I've tried to push for in governance is around things like establishing this oversight board. So that way you have people who are luminaries around expression from all over the world. But
I think he's going to forget. I think Mark Zuckerberg, or not Mark Zuckerberg, I think Joe Rogan doesn't understand that, like, coming along and like agreeing with, yeah, see? Dude, Joe Rogan experience, I'm calling it. Here's my lock. Yesterday's interview with the CIA guy, today's interview with Mark Zuckerberg, people are going to start saying Joe is inauthentic. He just lets like a lot of these villains do PR on his broadcast, which is what a lot of people consider inauthentic about mainstream media as well. I think his audience is going to start fucking yelling at him about this shit. Because, like, remember, when he has right-wingers on to, like, promote right-wing values and whatever, they're edgy. They're oftentimes, like, actually being blocked by, mainstream media. They're, like, not libtards. So that's seen as, like, sticking it to the man. But now he's, like, he's not even giving any pushback. Getting, like, some of society's worst villains. This is the exact opposite of Elon Musk. People on the internet love Elon Musk. Okay, they love soy-facing at Elon Musk. So when he did that interview with Elon Musk, everyone fucking lost their shit. Zuckerberg is the exact opposite. People hate Zuckerberg. What's next? Is he going to have Bill Gates on? Podcast guests are paying up to $50,000 to appear on popular shows. Yeah. I mean, his subreddit is already, like, kind of opposed to him since COVID. His Reddit already hates him, so that doesn't count. His Reddit is like me. People that want to love him but can't because he constantly is just, like, awful. But there's the nostalgia element of, like, old Joe Rogan that they want a return to, and that's why they, like, immediately go crazy whenever Joe has, like, another guest that is reminiscent of that. But anyway, my point is, Mark Zuckerberg, villain. Nobody likes Mark. Nobody. So when he has like a CIA guy, on to speak out against Donald Trump and like kind of defend the FBI, people are going to be like, that's weird. Why is Joe Rogan having a CIA guy? CIA is not that good, right? I mean, I thought the CIA was bad. Now he's having Mark Zuckerberg on. I don't know.
But also in the U.S., I mean, folks like Michael McConnell, who's is a Stanford professor, who's like he was I forget which which Republican president appointed him, but I mean he was I think going to be considered for the Supreme Court at some point. I mean he's a very very prominent and kind of celebrated free expression advocate, and he helped me set the thing up.
Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago maid. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Every now and then, there's a dumbass username that still gets me, okay? And that's... that's a good name.
And I think like
the beauty of GRE is that he tries his best to keep his platform unbiased, which is extremely rare nowadays. Yeah, dude, Joe Rogan, totally unbiased and definitely not an out-of-touch wealthy guy who, especially since moving over to fucking Austin, has become like a full-blown right-wing crank.
Setting up forms of governance around that are independent of us, that basically get the final say on a bunch of these decisions, and that's a step in the right direction. I mean, in the Hunter Biden case that you talked about before, I don't want our company to decide what's misinformation and what's not. So when we work with third parties and basically let different organizations do that. Now, I mean, then you have the question of, are those organizations biased or not? And that's a very difficult question, but at least we're not the ones who are basically sitting here deciding. We're not the ministry of truth for the world that's deciding whether everything is true or not. So I'd say this is not a solved problem. Controversies aren't going away. I think that it is interesting that the U.S. Is actually more polarized.
Am I crazy or does this interview suck? I guess it's like because Mark is just so boring. Like he has the personality of a fucking wet blanket. And he's just like doing the political, like he cranked his AI mode to like politics mode. Mark is so much better when he's on smoking meats mode. When he puts the AI into smoking meats mode, he's so much more fun. Facebook Oversight Board says post critiquing RSS BJP highlights minority concern, allows it. Upon its review of the post, which included the video, and the Oversight Board says its decision to remove it was not in line with Facebook's community standards. Wait, what? RSS is a new threat, and the ruling BJP has moved towards extremism has been deemed as not in violation of the social media platform's policy. Wait, well, okay. The RSS was threatening to kill Sikhs, and the Prime Minister Modi himself was formulating the Great Genocide of Sikhs on advice. Okay. Wait, I'm confused. That should not have been taken down, yes. That's a good thing. Why did you fucking literally post this in here? Did you think that I was going to agree with you? Chatter, do you think I'm a fan of the BJP? What's going on? Did I misunderstand? Xi Jinping Agitprop Fund. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Wait, who sent this to me? I'm trying to figure out what this fucking person is saying. Heck, that was classic sick lol. Brother, I don't know if you just like Googled Facebook. Facebook is unhinged in India. Facebook is probably unhinged in India, but this is the one time where they did the right thing. So I don't know why you brought this up. Schrodinger's Cussy. Thank you, Schrodinger's Cussy. Oh my God, he's talking about myocarditis.
Than most other countries. So I think sitting in the U.S.
Megaphonic, stop sending me the fucking boring 420 link, please. I got it. You like weed, okay? 420.
It's easy to extrapolate and say, hey, it probably feels this way around the whole world. And from the social science research that I've seen, that's not actually the case. There's a bunch of countries where social media is just as prominent, but polarization is either flat or has declined slightly. So there's something kind of different happening in the U.S. But for better or worse, I mean, it does seem like the next several years do seem like they're set up to be quite polarized. So I tend to agree with you. There are going to be a bunch of different decisions like this that come up because of the scale of what we do. Almost every major world event has some angle that's like the Facebook or Instagram or WhatsApp angle about how the services are used in it. So, yeah, I think just establishing as much as possible independent governance.
If you were guaranteed to get on the show, would you pay $50K to get on, Jerry? No, fuck no, dude. What are you fucking saying? You should have me on for free. Joe Rogan has had people with like significantly less fucking clout and significantly less like social media movement than someone like myself. You would S his D lol? Absolutely not. Actually, yes, I would. I would suck his cock. Please have me on. There you go. I wouldn't suck his cock, but I would suck his nipples. And I've said that before there was any sort of you know, Joe Rogan invite at play here. I would suck his extremely long nipples. Num 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 num. Also, you would have other stuff you can do with streaming in Austin. It's a win-win. Yeah. He has the longest nipples of all time, brother. I would want to be in the room with those shits. All right, here is Andrew Tate's final message.
I was thinking for a long time how
Damn,
to
this one got fucking 1 million views, dog. That's crazy.
start this video.
Okay, listen, before we even watch this final message thing, I'm just waiting for Tucker Carlson to have him on. Because I care about that more than anything else, because this is boring. Why is this boring? Because it's woman behavior. It's female behavior to try and talk for 1 hour. A man, a real man, is clear and concise with his message. A man doesn't chirp for 1 hour about being banned and being kicked off the Matrix. When you live outside the Matrix, you need to be a man. A man doesn't need 73 minutes to make a point. That's women behavior. You also put your shirt back on, which is, again, female behavior. A man frees the nipple. So this is not top G behavior. This is bottom G behavior.
Because it needs to be concise and compendious, but I also want it to be very, very comprehensive.
Dude, he put music in the background too. God, this is so shitty. God damn, dude. Oh God, his apology video, which I'm sure will be, first of all, he said concise, 73 minutes, not exactly concise. Also use the word compendious. What a fucking dildo, dude. This is not the good shit. The good shit is like short, punchy quips where he just says like dumb shit like, oh, women are bitches. They're property. They're your property and they should act like it. That's what fucking gets the people going. Not like, oh man, I got banned off social media and now I'm going to be a good boy. I promise.
And I guess the best place to start is at the beginning. There's been many different versions of my life story, which have been put on the internet as of late and from many years ago. But I'm going to give a very, very quick overview of my story.
Andrew Tate did one debate and then his life fell apart, dude. Andrew Tate, this is a story about never doing debates. Don't do it. Don't do it. Sometimes you think you're debating a pink-haired SJW, and then some guy comes in, and you don't know who this man is, and then he starts saying things like imperial evidence, and you don't know what that means, so you repeat it, and you say imperial evidence. What does this have to do with the empire? And then before you know it, everyone's cutting videos about how much you suck.
My life has always been difficult. I've certainly had a difficult life. I preach to the people who follow me that as a man, trauma and difficulty is extremely important because it's the building blocks for mental fortitude and physical fortitude.
A former friend of mine was posting his shit on Facebook and his ex commented, I literally used to peg you daily. Oh my God.
So I'm very, very happy that my life has been difficult because it's impossible to become a capable man or a man of my capability without struggling with face.
Dude, why is everything he owns so gray? That's, again, female behavior. A real man doesn't have a couch that also goes along like a bond layer. Interior decoration is female behavior. Are you a woman? Why do you care about your interior decoration? Also, it's fucking color matching his fit.
Adversities without trying to overcome often insurmountable odds. I grew up in South Side of Chicago. I'm obviously a person of color. I was bullied in school to a degree, and my father always taught me to stick up for myself. I was never allowed to run and cry to authority. I was told that if...
Oh man, hit the I'm a POC so quick. Like, he hit the I'm actually a POC, and I'm from the South Side of Chicago so quick, dude. It's crazy.
Someone wants to mess with you or come at you, you can't always go tell the teacher. Sometimes you have to deal with it. I was actually picked on by these two kids.
He's from Gary, Indiana, by the way. L, big
home.
L.
I think I was around 5 and they were around 7. They were a bit older than me, and they used to pick on me on the school bus. They'd sit behind me, throw things at me, hit me, etc. And I came home and I told my dad about it. I said, Dad, these 2 kids are picking on me every single time I get the school bus. I don't know what to do. And my dad said, I'm not going to call the teacher.
Wait, is he going to turn around and be like, that's why I became the bully? Like, what do you mean? What are you fucking teaching children? Dog, this is a villain origin story. He's like, I was bullied, so I became the bully. And then I told other people to also become the bullies.
Because the teacher ain't on the bus. And I'm not going to call the school bus driver because they're busy driving. Son, if you want to deal with this, you're going to have to deal with it yourself. And I said, but Dad, they're bigger than me. What do you want me to do? There's 2 of them and they're bigger than me. And at the time, I'd just come home from school and I was holding a lunchbox. And my dad pointed and said, you have a lunchbox, son? Teach them. So weeks had passed. It was a few weeks.
Dad said, do an assault with a weapon. That's awesome.
They kept picking on me, and I felt myself sitting there getting more insecure, and the rage was boiling inside of me. And one day, one of them slapped me in the side of the face from behind. I was sitting on the chair. He slapped me in the face from behind. And instantly, I don't know what it was, but this was the day I had enough. And I turned with my lunchbox and swung it over the back of the school bus chair and caught him and busted his eye clean open. The plastic Batman lunch.
Is that editing? No shot. He put sound effects on this?
Lunchbox. Hit him in the eye and blood started squirting everywhere. All the children started screaming. And as I did this, the bus had just come up to a stop. It was a few stops before my stop, but it had stopped. And as the bus stopped and the screaming happened, I just got up and I just ran off the bus and ran home. I've never run so fast or so far in my life. I was full of adrenaline. I just ran. When I got home, I had blood on my clothes and my dad looked at me.
Bro, what is this story time production, dude? Yo, there's like sound effects in his story. Yo, okay, I should have watched this before, bro. This shit's funny as hell.
So what happened? And I said, that kid, I won't say his name. I said his name at the time. I said, that kid, he hit me in the face and
I won't say his name. What are you gonna fucking dox someone from 30 years ago, bro?
I had enough of getting hit in the face. And I was still holding the lunchbox, but it was all smashed up where I'd hit him with it. And my dad kind of smiled a little bit and said, "Don't worry, son, get in the car." We got in the car and we went to Walmart. We walked up and down the aisle, and he looked and picked up another lunchbox, an exact replica of the same blue Batman lunchbox, gave it to me and said, "I'll buy you as many of these as you need." And that was the last we spoke of it. Funnily enough, I never saw that kid again. I don't know if he changed schools. I don't know what his parents did, but I never saw that child again.
He killed him. He died, bro. The moral of the story. Kill your enemies. That's what I learned at the age of 5. Also, his accent went away. I can't even do his accent now. He doesn't even sound like himself. What the fuck's going on?
So, even from a very, very young age, I was taught that going to authority and crying and hoping someone else is going to fix your problems is not the way a man should conduct himself. When I left Chicago, I moved to Luton, England, which was...
Bro, he's from Gary, Indiana. He's not from Chicago. He's not from Southside Chicago. That's fake. He's doing the classic bit of like, listen, if you're close enough to Chicago, you just say you're from Chicago. Another classic thing is like when people grow up in, well, maybe not Dearborn, but if you grow up in like Ann Arbor or some shit, you always say you're from Detroit because like you want to present yourself as hard, okay? Now, Luton is actually dog shit from what I understand. So like Luton, that part is real. Honestly, Gary got cred too. Isn't Gary, Indiana the most dangerous city in the U.S.? I don't know why he doesn't say he's from there. Why does he say he's from Southside Chicago? Doesn't Gary have the highest murder rate in America? Does it? I thought it was St. Louis. Gary has some credit for what he gives from there. Gary, Indiana, big L. But Luton is also pretty bad.
Multiple times voted the worst town in England. It's a high crime rate. It's a very bad area.
He's not wrong.
My mother and father broke up, so I was in a...
You know what it is? I think that's why he didn't say Gary, because people don't know Gary, Indiana like that. The people don't know Gary, Indiana is like that. So he says Chicago is literally right next to Southside Chicago. That's why I think he's saying Southside Chicago because it sounds cooler, and immediately people know like, oh, that's... People don't know Gary, Indiana like that, but everybody knows what Southside Chicago is, and he wants like street cred.
Single mother household. And now I'm a person of color in a single mother household. I'm also the only American.
I think I know why. Say Gary in his accent. Gary, Indiana.
A time in Luton. And I had, again, repeat problems in school. I was picked on for being the only American. I was picked on for not knowing things I should have known because I hadn't been through the English educational system. I'd been through the American educational system. And I had trouble in school again, but I stuck up for myself. Unfortunately, nothing got violent at any point, but when people made fun of me, I stuck up.
He's a person of color. He's black. He's half black. His dad's black. Or I think quarter. It doesn't matter. Like, I mean, he is black. I'm not saying he's not. I mean, he is also very reactionary and, you know, routinely says like fucked up shit. I've never seen him directly say really awful shit, like super racist shit about black people, but I have seen him say super racist shit that other racist people say about black people. Like if a purple person was constantly stealing your shit, and you saw a purple person and you thought to yourself, oh, this purple person is gonna steal my shit, that's normal. If you didn't think that. Yeah, he's used, purple is instead of saying like a black person, or instead of using the classic example that like racist people use, he says like, in order to basically remove himself of like any sort of like, this guy's a racist takes, he says purple.
Sit up and say, listen, don't make fun of me. I'm from a different place and I talk differently. And I always understood that standing up for yourself, I never went to the teacher, I never cried to anybody else, I just stood up for myself. And over time, people learned respect for me and my boundaries, and they were very respectful of me. And I had a very positive experience from then on out in school by simply standing up for myself, because this is how I was taught to act. In high school, I ended up having a reputation of a guy that nobody really messed with. I certainly wasn't a bully. Absolutely.
The Black Manosphere kicked Tate out a while ago? No, I don't think so. Fresh and Fit love Andrew Tate. What do you mean? They dick ride him so hard? Isn't... Yeah, I don't think Black Manosphere think he's bad. He's like popping.
Absolutely the opposite, but no one really picked on me. I actually had a friend in school who was gay. I had 5 main friends in school, and I was also friends with a gay guy. And he would make fun of me for being American, and I would make fun of him for being gay back then. But the world was a very, very different place. This is many, many years ago. And we had friendly banter back and forth, but we were very good friends. And I stuck up for him and prevented anyone else picking on him all of the time. And the banter between us, the locker room talk, which would be considered absolutely unacceptable today, at the time was very, very normal. And we had a great time. We were good friends. And I heard from him, actually, after this ban. And he said, you should mention the fact that the things they say about you completely aren't true. And this leads me on to the reason I believe these narratives have managed to gain such a foothold in popular consciousness. Due to the fact I've managed to develop an iron mind.
FD did a video on it. The older Black Manosphere people don't like Tate, Fresh and Fit, because they're anti-black. Oh, that's interesting. I did not know the intricacies of the Black Manosphere and the older Black Manosphere content creators. I could see that, though. I could see why they would say that. But wait a minute. Why the fuck don't they get mad at, what's his face? Kevin Samuels, then. He's literally the OG of the oldest, the elderly Black Manosphere content creators. And he says a bunch of shit that was like fucked up about black, because I guess it's black women. Maybe that's why. Paint is on Tucker. Not working. The balding dude from Fish and Fit is a Fed, yes. What the fuck is this shit?
Because I'm probably the only individual on earth who can be vilified to this level without taking personal insult and without being emotionally affected, what I've done is I've allowed certain narratives to gain traction, which I shouldn't have allowed to gain traction, because they didn't personally bother me. Because I...
Yeah, misogyny. That you were like the #1 women hater.
know they are false. I live with a very, very pure heart. I'm a religious man. I go to church. And anyone who follows me in detail knows I donate huge sums of money to the church. And as long as I knew the truth of my heart and God knew the truth of my heart, I wasn't interested in lies being purported. I now understand that that's wrong.
Bro, this is so funny. Come on, brother. You're a cyber pimp. The fuck do you mean? Like you donate to the church and shit? Dude, people are so fucking stupid. I swear to God. He's like, oh, I go to church like all the time. Bro, you literally have openly talked about pimping women. Like grooming them into fucking sex work and then pimping them out. The fuck do you mean you give money to the church? What is happening right now? I feel like people have completely, like people genuinely don't have object permanence now. I think like maybe the internet, especially TikTok, like all this shit just like canceled out a part of our brains that, I don't know, forms memories and shapes our opinion of individuals. Like last week he was like, yeah, I'm pimping my girlfriends. I'm grooming them. You need to fuck young girls because they're pure. And then now he's like, I'm a religious man. I love the church. I mean, I guess the fucking young girls and impurity is that goes along with the church narrative. But last week he was also talking about how he was like sexting people and like scamming them out of their monies. It doesn't make sense. Like, what the fuck? Are people going to be like, oh yeah, you're a godly guy now?
Because even though I've done nothing wrong, even though it doesn't emotionally affect me, even though God and myself know my innocence, the public...
Yeah, he's like, he's a POC check, has a gay friend check, is religious and donates to the church check. He hit all these checkpoints in 7 minutes.
Public consciousness has been polluted to a point where narratives are being purported which are absolutely and utterly false. And it's having a genuine negative impact on the people who I care about and the people who care about me. And despite the fact it doesn't emotionally affect me, as a man, I have a duty to protect all of those I love. And for this reason, these narratives have started to become very, very harmful. I was under understanding that on the internet, people don't like you. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what you say. There's going to be some people who don't like you, and the people who don't like you are not interested in the truth. What they are interested in is finding some lie that they can latch onto and accelerating that lie.
Damn, that editing is pretty good. He really broke the bank on this one. Whoever edited this video hit my line. You know what I mean? You're doing a good job.
As much as possible.
This is like way sexier than Jordan Peterson's boring ass. But anyway, it's time for Tucker Carlson, who now has Andrew Tate live.
A former kickboxer who's built up a truly enormous following on social media. Until a couple months ago, we'd never heard of him. And then the other day, virtually every tech company on the planet banned him. Not just his presence, but also his ability to conduct business on the internet. He was taken off Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, all of it. Then they started telling you that not only was he not allowed to talk, but that you weren't allowed to like him because he was an incredibly bad person. And our view on that always is we'll decide for ourselves, since we're adults and Americans, and we'll listen to anyone we want, and we'll come to any conclusion we care to come to about what that person is about. So we sat down at some length and talked to Andrew Tate, and we wanted to show you some of it so you could make up your own mind, which you're still allowed to do as far as we're concerned. Here's part of the interview.
I don't really feel like I've exposed anything. Like, I'm truly not a very political person. This is the first time someone's experienced this level of ban. I'm not particularly right-wing. I don't vote. I mean, I obviously have my own personal views, but they didn't ban me for that. They banned me simply because I had large swaths of the population agreeing to very traditional masculine values. Teenage men and young men, 22, 23, 24, were looking up to me.
I think even conservative moms didn't like what he had to say. That's why he got clapped up so quick.
And a big house and a lot of money and a beautiful girlfriend, and they thought this was very, very threatening. And for some reason, they decided that it's better if they annihilate me from the internet and replace me with somebody who's more.
Why did this motherfucker have a gamer chair in his bathroom, bro?
Is to young men.
Yeah, so I think that being a man is very, very difficult. I think that men's issues are largely overlooked. The people in charge of the world pretend to care, but when somebody who's championing men's issues like myself comes forward and finally manages to garner huge percentiles of the public support, I'm silenced. So they're not really interested in men's issues. And there's a lot of young men growing up today that feel very disaffected.
I agree with that, but he's the worst person for it.
Agendas that are being forced down their throats are not agendas they align with or they feel affinity to or agendas they want. And I basically just say to men, look, it's a very hard life. You're going to need to get up, work hard, go to the gym. Strong body is a strong mind. You're going to have to reject listening blindly to everything you're told, reject the slave mind, think for yourself, get a strong network of brothers, work aside them. Don't tolerate low-quality people in your life, which means don't tolerate men who just smoke drugs and play video games, or men who are disloyal or dishonest. By extension, don't tolerate women or girlfriends who are disloyal or dishonest.
My man literally, oh dude, this is so cool. This is the funniest backpedal I've ever seen.
Programming that the Matrix tries to influence you with, and grow up truly happy. And what happens is when I say these things, they ignore 95% of what I say. They ignore me saying that you need to avoid low-quality men.
He went from
take the bit where I say
he went from Aiden Ross to Tucker Carlson talking shit about video games.
On a reel, a very short 3 or 4 second clip, and then they say I'm a misogynistic person and I'm dangerous to women and I need to be banned. The problem is that the majority of young men in the world today are completely invisible, and social media has made them invisible. If you go into an Instagram feed, you have extremely beautiful women, which is fine. They're beautiful. They're allowed to take pictures. But the only men who have followers are men with massive social status, right? Men with Ferraris and money, or rappers, or people who have YouTube channels, interesting people. If you're a normal man with a normal job, you don't really exist in the online world. It's very difficult to get followers.
So we're same with women. What the fuck?
You don't really matter. you don't have access to the sexual marketplace, it's very difficult for you to even get any kind of recognition that you're even alive. And a lot of men feel
Bro,
lost.
I think this dude hangs out with so many Instagram women that he forgot that like real women exist without like massive social media
unfair,
following.
perhaps, but that's the way the game works. You need to become a man of importance. You need to become a man of influence, or you're going to suffer the pain of being invisible forever. Here is how you do it. I wasn't trying to change the rules of the game. I was just telling the men how to win, because I came from nothing and I'm completely and utterly self-made. And I think the reason a lot of men
Bro,
are
he
so
will
depressed is
never
because
pop
they feel
off.
invisible. They feel like
I'm calling it. He will never pop off like
too
this.
hard. Women expect me to be
He's too cowardly. He tamped down. He fucking genuinely brought the rhetoric down so much. That's not why he popped off. He popped off because he was easy to fucking consume and understand and said ridiculous shit.
And at the same time, all these social media platforms pretend to care.
Nah, this is
As
just
soon as
boring.
somebody
Now
they
you're just a
resonate
bald
with
fucking
stands up
dude
and
in his
champions their
bathroom
issues, they mass
crying about
blanket
being
ban
fucking
me,
banned off
which
social
shows
media.
They have absolutely no care for the young men of the world today. They think that by banning me, I'm just going to vanish, and the young men are just going to go and start eating the gruel that they're fed on their YouTube feed. They don't want to read. They don't want to see transgender people wear makeup. They don't want to see that. They want to see a man who has a bunch of money and a nice life and some fast cars and is strong and is confident. They want an action hero, and that's something that large portions of the world still want to be. And YouTube and social media platforms obviously just don't like the idea of that. They want to get rid of me and try and replace me with something they see as far more malleable, trying to create people which are more malleable and more easy to program and more easy to control.
So news accounts in the United States say that the U.S. Embassy in Bucharest, Romania, was tipped off to your misdeeds and alerted the local authorities you might be committing human trafficking. Given that this is the same charge they leveled against Julian Assange or a species of it, skeptical, but I want to know the details. Were you arrested for human trafficking? What happened?
He's a truth teller like Julian Assange.
I suffered from a case of swatting. It's very popular with people who are large on the internet. Many large YouTubers have been swatted. It's where you call the police and you say somebody has a gun or there's a hostage situation and the SWAT team arrives.
No, it's not.
Somebody made
because it doesn't make fucking national news or international news when you get swatted, because there is no actual fucking legal charge associated on top of it.
To the world. I have absolute respect for the police. I would hate to live in a country where if you call the police saying women are being held against their will, that the police don't respond. That would be terrible. Of course they should come and look. Absolutely. They turned up. They investigated. They realized that nobody was in the house against their will. There was no crime committed. They said, okay, you're not a suspect, but you are a witness to this, along with me, my brother, the housekeeper, the gardener. Everybody who was in the premises at the time was labeled a witness. We had to go to the police station for 45 minutes for pieces of paper.
I'm telling you, he's too
we
boring.
filled them in and we were let go.
This is not what popped him off. What popped him off was saying dumb shit. And if he does this, if he speaks like this, like a little fucking neutered cat, no one's gonna clip this. You can't clip this and put this on TikTok.
So sum up for us, if you would, what you think the response.
What you can clip and put on TikTok is what he actually said about why he went to fucking Romania, which is like, because he can do Me Too stuff there.
So I certainly made them out of my views on COVID. I don't want to go to conspiracy theory, and I would also never kill myself. Let me just say that here for the record. But at the time of COVID first being announced, my brother and I decided we sat and had a very logical conversation, and we sat and said, we're two young fighting age males. If COVID can kill us, then the world is over. It's zombie apocalypse time. So there's no point hiding. We may as well go out with a bang. So my brother and I flew to Stockholm, Sweden. Now, I don't know if many people know this, but Sweden never closed down. Stockholm and Sweden never closed down, never made you wear masks, never mandated the vaccine. At the very beginning of COVID, when the rules were strictest, when Florida was still closed, when Miami was still closed, when the Republican states were still closed, Stockholm, Sweden was wide open with full nightclubs and a party scene like you've never seen. And we lived in Sweden for 3 solid months with zero restrictions, zero worry or interest in COVID. It was like the world was completely normal. And from there, when we left, obviously COVID was still going on. And in a neighboring country, you go to Germany, and they were having full panic attacks, genuine panic attacks if you didn't have a mask on. And it was just very obvious to me. I was like, I've spent the last 3 months ignoring this and I'm fine. And now I'm in Germany surrounded by panic attacks.
Wait, didn't this motherfucker literally give Michaela Peterson COVID, who then gave it to Jordan Peterson, or was that Michaela's next boyfriend?
The decimation of your income, the fact you can't go get a doctor's appointment for a genuine ailment.
It wasn't him, right? It was it was the other one, right?
The fact
Or was
that
it
you
him?
can't see your loved ones in their final days. These things
Oh, it was
are
the Russian
far more
guy.
destructive than the common cold. I think that what they're doing is unfair. I think it's a massive overreaction. And this is based on my personal experience. And I think at the time there was a lot of pushback, but I would
See,
like
the
to
COVID
think
narrative about like, oh, the numbers are fake or whatever is boring. Like it's already old school. You know what I mean?
I used to say to my brother, how will people struggle with the cognitive dissonance when
People
this
have
is
mostly
all
checked
over?
out of like the COVID
Because
thing. Most
COVID is
normies
still
are
out
like,
there.
yeah, all right, we're living our
Nothing's
lives
gone
now.
away.
You know what I mean? We had to
The
do what
thing
we
that
had to
we were all
do.
hiding from is still right there, out there to get you. But now everyone walks around and they're not scared of it anymore. And I'm like, are people critical enough to analyze themselves and say, for a year of my life, I was deathly afraid of something. Now I'm exposing myself to said thing and I'm not afraid anymore. The media tricked me and I was a fool. But they're not. They don't even seem to self-analyze and go, I got tricked. They're just like, oh, okay, next thing. Hey, Andrew now. Like robots. It's mind-bending to me, truly.
I don't know if
So
he knows
I
this, but something crazy happened. It's called vaccines, which he's against, I think. And also even Paxlovid and like numerous treatments came
like
out.
a two-tiered response.
Which greatly reduced the number of casualties of COVID.
Yeah, so the story was very simple. I
Even
was
though in the
flying
United States of America, more than 1 million people died, which I guess is not that important.
Air carriers, it's only low cost primarily. There's not much first class, business class, anything like that. And I was flying, and my experience was plagued by endless paperwork, wearing a mask, put the mask over your nose. Every time you eat, you have to put the mask on in between. I got told off for not having the mask up high enough. I got told off for drinking too long because my mask wasn't on. Pure panic and chaos. And because I'm fortunate enough to be fiscally secure, from there I decided I'll just buy private jets from now on. And when I bought a private jet, there was no masks, no paperwork, no mask at the airport when I landed. My air stewardess was not wearing a mask. My pilot was not wearing a mask. COVID didn't exist once I bought a private jet. Very interesting. Maybe if you're rich enough, COVID can't take, maybe COVID's scared of money. I'm not sure. But it seems that everyone who's flying on private jets never had to worry about COVID ever. It's just the people at the bottom.
Wait, what? Yeah, no shit, bro. What the fuck? Yeah, because you're around literally one other person that's also tested. What?
Are only the rules for a certain class of people.
My man literally
And once you
said,
pass a certain
I self-isolated in my private jet. And for some reason, I didn't get COVID while flying. Yeah, a luxury afforded to
me
everyone.
to make a joke of it, but when I would fly on a private jet and do whatever I wanted, or go to Sweden and party in nightclubs and do whatever I wanted, and then I'd come to, let's say, England and see my friend who couldn't go see his dying grandmother because of a COVID restriction, that's truly sad. That's truly criminal. It's really crazy what's happened and how the world's just moved on, and the cognitive dissonance that people don't have enough respect for themselves and for the truth to analyze how they were so easily fooled. It's really sad to even think about, but maybe that was the beginning of me being disliked, by just pointing out my human experiences during the pandemic. But I want to tell you something that's actually kind of scary about this banning. It all came so hard and so fast that I don't know if they all just follow each other. I don't know if they're all influenced by each other. I don't know if there's someone above them all. I don't know. But when they go to cancel you, ladies and gentlemen, it comes hard and fast. You lose your Facebook, then your Instagram, then your Gmail, then your Discord, then your website hosting, then your domain name, then your payment processor, then your bank. Then it's just like in real time, you're watching your phone and apps just exploding. Boom, boom, boom. It's crazy.
That's it?
Andrew Tate, you don't have to agree with everything a man says to believe he has a right to speak in public, and we do believe that. No one gets to tell you who you can watch. No one gets to tell you what you have to think. No one gets to tell you who you have to hate. You're an American and an adult. You can make those decisions yourself. So why don't they want you to hear from Andrew Tate? They really think he's a worse influence on the youth than, say, Cardi B. Tell us how. They're telling us he's a criminal. Okay. Has he been charged? Who are the victims? What are their names? It's going to take a lot more than that to have us believe he should be canceled, or anyone else, by the way. We're against censorship, period.
I'm telling you, dude.
And more than anything, we're in favor of people making up their own
He's in a
minds.
double bind. That it's the Trump conundrum, right? In many ways, you can never have another Trump because Trump is a fucking media demon, right? And if someone is that level of media demon and that level sassy and that level of a narcissist,
virtually everyone's being censored. The Pentagon now punishing service members for liking the wrong tweet.
Okay, that's ridiculous. All right, we're done with the Andrew Tate part. So here's what I'll say about that. Okay? There's this concept such as like how you will never be able to have another Trump, right? Because Trump is like sassy, he's a media demon, also he's like incompetent at the same time because of how sassy he is and how much of a fucking media demon he is, right? And because of that, like Ron DeSantis can't be Trump because if you want to be like Trump, you have to play a very delicate balance. You have to toe the line of being a fucking sassy bitch who says crazy shit, but that will sometimes also tilt the balance. Okay? Andrew Tate can't simultaneously be on social media without being banned while also maintaining the same level of attention and eyeballs. In order for him to command millions of eyeballs like he did, he has to be crazy. But if he's being fucking so crazy, that's how he got banned. He went over the line and became the singular force of misogyny. He rode the misogyny wave to a tremendous amount of success, but because he became the face of misogyny online, the face of the guy that like 11-year-olds were quoting, he got fucking clapped up. Why did he get clapped up? Because of all the crazy shit that he was saying. He flew too close to the sun. So now he's trying to dial that back. But even if all these platforms were to turn around and be like, oh, my bad, here, let's reinstate your accounts. It was really fucked up that we did that. Okay? Then if he maintains the same kind of boring fucking content that he's doing on Tucker Carlson, like, oh, I'm just a regular old guy. Oh, I don't know. I just wanted men to be strong. If he says that, then that's boring. That's not going to work. Because then you're not going to be as popular. Do you get it? So in many ways, like this shot across the bow kind of destroyed him completely. It took the air from under his wings immediately. Because he can't be polarizing. He can't be as aggressive in his misogynistic takes anymore. Because now everyone expects that of him. Okay? So if he were to come back on and he were to do the same shit, then they would ban him again. And he also doesn't have a lot of allies because he blew up too quickly before he could build a solid foundation, a network of right-wingers that would turn around and defend him unconditionally. He also was not going to get that network of right-wingers to defend him unconditionally because he is potentially a sex trafficker and out and about groomer slash e-pimp. You know what I mean? And good luck trying to get conservatives to be on board with that. I mean, they're psychos. And Tucker Carlson has a really good eye for these sorts of things. Like, he'll use you to get a little bit of clout, but he's not going to fucking ride for you. You know what I mean? Because ultimately, you're just known as an e-pimp. And you've been arrested for sex trafficking. You are not a part of the system. You're not Steven Crowder. If Steven Crowder got fucking banned, every other conservative is going to ride for him because he's a part of that ecosystem. He doesn't have the same background that Andrew Tate has. See what I'm saying? He was always going to be a 15-minute of fame, Andy, even if he didn't get banned. These takes get stale fast, and Zoomers will quickly move on to the next thing when he keeps saying the same stuff over and over again. Same thing that happened on Fresh and Fit when they fell off. He's lucky now. He might be a martyr. Best outcome for him. I kind of agree with that as well. Fresh and Fit really was popping. for a while, for like a month or so, because everyone was clipping their shit out and posting it everywhere. And the more they triggered people, the more prominence they gained. And now no one gives a fuck. No one watches their shit. Yeah, now they're stale and fat. And balding pretty aggressively. That's interesting because Trump also didn't belong in the elite group. Trump is a fucking billionaire who literally literally dicked his way into the Republican Party. One of the most powerful institutions on the fucking planet. What are you talking about? Are you insane? If Donald Trump wasn't a part of the Republican Party's infrastructure, which they basically caved and handed off to him, they gave the keys to the castle to Donald Trump because they were like, all right, you were too successful. You fucking defeated us in our primaries. Now we're just going to roll with you, especially because you're also rich. You're a billionaire. So we know you're not going to rock the boat. You're not going to turn around and like institute communism or some shit. Trump was also a, real estate, born into a real estate family, was profoundly wealthy, failed upwards his entire fucking life. You know what I mean? Like he had a fucking incredibly popular TV show, The Apprentice. Yeah, Trump was friends with the fucking Clintons, chatters. What do you mean he wasn't a part of the institutions? Like he was very much a part of the institutions. Maybe he wasn't a part of the Republican Party's institution, but he certainly took over during the primaries. And then they turned around and they made him a solid plank of the Republican Party because he was channeling the Republican message very effectively. He was a very effective orator of the Republican anxieties and anger. You get it? So of course these institutions are going to defend him, but Andrew Tate's some random guy that had a 15-minute of fame and really blew the fuck up, like in unimaginable ways, in ways that we've never seen before. You were always hating on Tate. This just shows how much space he holds in your head. More space? Yeah, okay, whatever. Even his WrestleMania appearance was tied to Linda McMahon's failed political career. I'm not reading Bates today, bro. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna maul at a random chatter today. Anyway. So, do you feel a sense of worry that someone like this can blow so fast? What does that say about the state of young men? No, that doesn't say anything about the state of young men. If anything, it says the state of how easily you can use right-wing framing, right-wing narratives, reactionary, and really explosive commentary to blow the fuck up in our social media environment. That's what I'm talking about. Like, he very successfully penetrated social media and was able to explode in popularity in such a short period of time, partially because he was reinforcing pre-existing dynamics that everyone is socially conditioned into believing, right? That's how he did it. AstroTurf is a science that will improve. Fam, learn emotional intelligence, critical thought to find truth. Good luck. But he basically became like what Justin Bieber is to like 12-year-old girls at the time when we were growing up, or what any celebrity is to like young girls now. He was that to young boys. And that market has never been as easily served as Andrew Tate did. I've never seen that before. Misogyny has always existed, but not many have been able to effectively communicate misogynistic attitudes to like 11 and 12-year-old kids, boys, in the same way that Andrew Tate did. Fuck, Andrew Tate did. Okay? Straight up. He had a way of communicating in an incredibly dumb way that really appealed to like 11, 12, 13, 14-year-olds, because the internet, whether you like to admit it or not, and this is a much older community than the rest of the internet, still insanely young in comparison to the rest of the political content consumers, but we're still much, much older than the rest of the internet. The internet is run by 12 to 16-year-olds. Whoever can hold an audience of 12 to 16-year-olds captive with their content is straight up, they're going to explode. You had the Minecrafters that were able to do that successfully. You had Andrew Tate. You have any matter of celebrities that are on TikTok, all the TikTokers. They are the ones who are able to do that because those kids are fucking on the internet all the time. They have nothing else going on in their lives. Mr. Beast, great example. So, XQC and Miz, no, XQC and Miz are nothing in comparison to the people that I'm talking about. Come on, man. I'm talking about Mr. Beast, brother. Are you serious? Like, we're in a very insular community, and you have no idea. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking about Mr. Beast. I'm talking about like TikTok celebrities and shit. So, HasanAbi Tate is just all a show. HasanAbi equals Tate is just all a show. I think it's a little bit different. I mean, there is a component. I also am entertaining. I try to be as entertaining as possible with my message. But the difference between me and Andrew Tate is that, like, Andrew Tate might genuinely and legitimately believe in the misogynistic shit he's saying. And I certainly believe in the shit that I'm saying. Okay, definitely. But I've been doing this for 10 years. I wasn't doing this because it was going to be popular one day. I had no fucking clue it was ever going to be this popular. My way of thinking. Are you out of your mind? There was never a moment in my fucking life that I ever thought that I was going to be able to serve the top of the hour ad break to 40,000 individuals. Okay? And then tell them that at the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime, or by connecting, or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Okay, but if you're not lucky, you make your own luck by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. No, but all jokes aside, okay, going back to that. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. But Pecker Protector Sohaib, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Listen, all jokes aside, I never thought that, like, I was becoming a content creator on the online space when it was incredibly hostile to my way of thinking. There was no island. There was no safe haven for my kind of opinion. Leftist ideas, progressive ideas. It's still an incredibly hostile space for leftist ideas. The internet still is, because society is still incredibly reactionary. That's why I get an insane amount of fucking hatred from so many different groups, that even people who are like, not immediately, even people who don't immediately hate me, they go, what the fuck's going on? This is crazy. But back in 2015, all the way into like 2019, this shit was crazy. Okay? This shit was fucking insane. It was unimaginable. A lot of the people who are in here now who had their minds changed, maybe some of them by me, some of them by others, those people were, those people know what it was like. It was just like, it was all right-wing shit. All right-wing shit on the internet. Absent, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Did you just Google trend Hasan? You have to search Hasan Piker, my friend. Let's see Andrew Tate. Let's see what he's up to. Let's see what Andrew Tate's clout looks like now. I mean, it still looks like he's growing. I don't think his popularity is like waning, but it's like finally on a downtrend. It went down and then it went up again when he got banned. But I think it'll be worse than that overall. It'll fall overall. Put a Trump comparison. That's crazy. To the world. Damn, Andrew Tate passed Donald Trump in that period. That's wild. And it's still above Donald Trump. That's so funny when motherfuckers say, like, I platformed Andrew Tate. But yeah, look at this. This is where it starts. It's like boom, 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 boom. Blew the fuck up. Peaked August 10. Starts going down. Gets banned. Starts going up again. But now he's going back down again. And it'll fall off a cliff now. Thin blue line. Guys, I know. Make no mistake. I know where I'm at with my fucking social media trends. Like, I know that I'm showing this to show you how fucking silly it is to say that I have the capacity to platform someone like Andrew Tate. HasanAbi is less searched than Hasan Piker, by the way. But yeah. Isn't it the same way identity politics infiltrated young kids in schools in the same way we've never seen before? What do you mean identity politics infiltrated kids in schools in a way that we've never seen before? What the fuck does that even mean? HasanAbi Merz spotted at Iatse. Yo, look at that. TV commercial and production department workers are unionized because presently they are among the non-union jobs on commercial sets. They want to change that. Open conversation with AIC producers and set industry standards. Look at that. Let's go. HasanAbi heads rise up. Anyway, what was I saying? Hey, congrats on the cameraman job at Channel 5. Thanks, man. Andrew Tater-Tot lost a whole lot of AstroTurf bots. Imagine the costs. Poetry of capital innovation. Oh, God, never do that again. That was so gross, dude. Chatter, never do that again. Never, ever, ever do that again. That was literally disgusting. Anyway. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with Andrew Tate. But I think you know, his popularity is kind of done. I think.
Their platforms to try and paint a negative picture of you because they don't like you. A lot of these attacks against me are disguised under the virtue of caring about women. But none of these people who are attacking me care about women. None of them donate to women's charities. None of them donate to charity like I do. None of them.
Brother, you're so bad at fucking shitting on women that, like, half these people that don't ever donate to charities of women are just automatically better if they don't say stuff like women are property.
Them help anybody like I do. I'm about to show later on in this video proof of the massive work I do for helping people. They don't help anybody. All they do is just attack me. And
a 75-minute YouTube essay complaining about people attacking him as peak breadtube energy. Maybe he can convert. Yeah, maybe. Donate literally right now or you hate women. I mean, I've donated more to fucking female charity than he has.
Use fake virtue, the fact they pretend to care, as a reason to attack somebody who they personally don't like. And it's very, very different to actually care about an issue or weaponize an issue and pretend to care to try and damage someone else's life. These are very, very different things.
Right, though. You keep shitting on him, but you never do any charity streams for abortion or something? Yeah, you're right. You're so right. If only I had done that, you know what I mean? If only I had like raised hundreds of thousands of dollars.
And this is the reason why I have not tried to dispel these myths as hard as I could have, because I understood that these people are always going to hate me and they're always going to lie about me, no matter what I say or do. But considering in light of the final ban, and considering I have the public consciousness, I think it's extremely important that for myself and for my family and for people I care about, that I tell the truth and I make the truth known to the world, because that is the only intention in my video, is to sit and tell the truth. And the fact that I'm a very, very iron-minded individual who is not negatively affected by these smear campaigns is not reason enough for me not to.
Bro, what do you mean you're not negatively impacted by these smear campaigns and you have an iron mind? You're literally crying for fucking 73 minutes about being banned, brother. That is the exact opposite energy of like being an iron-minded individual.
To sit, take time, and dispel all the negative things which are said about me. I am fully aware that not everybody is going to agree with what I say. I don't think there's a person on the planet you can find who has a 100% approval rate. There's always going to be somebody who disagrees with what you say. If I said the earth was round, there would be a contingent of individuals on the planet who disagree with me. I have no problem with people disagreeing with me. I have no problem with being seen as controversial for some of the things I've said. However, I do have two significant problems I would like to address. The first is I do not like absolute and utter lies being told about me. I do not like having long-form video of me
I don't think anybody said he believes the earth is flat. I can't get over his accent being so fucking different, dude. That's crazy. I feel like, dude, this is way too long. And I'm gonna listen. This is way too long. There is content here to be had, though. There is definitely content here to be had. I'm gonna watch this tomorrow. I know I've like said I was gonna watch it, and I never ended up watching this. But I think there's enough content in here that I will watch it tomorrow, because I'm not gonna watch it currently because I have my parents and I are going out to dinner. Andrew Tate backpedaled so fucking hard. He backpedaled his accent. Like, not only did he backpedal on the misogyny, but he's like backpedaling on the accent after being fucking banned. Now, I am a firm believer in rehabilitation, okay? I believe that people can become better, especially after they are held accountable. But having said all of that, do I believe that Andrew Tate is legitimately showing promise, legitimately showcasing that he has, changed? No, of course not. Also, speaking of accountability, I believe in showing accountability by gaming at least a crumb, okay, every night, just a little baby crumb. Wait, is Shroud fucking playing Valorant? Or I kind of want. Would Shroud play with me? I wonder. I want to DM him. I'm gonna DM him. I'm gonna ask him because he says he has a new account. Probably not, but I'm gonna DM him regardless. Valo is down right now. What does that mean? I've been feeding the gaming frog so hard, dude. It's been crazy. He said new account, new me, so I thought maybe he is a Smurf. Dude, I have so many people that have hit me up to play Valorant with me. And I just like always randomly play at the end of my stream. Oh shit, I was in queue. I always play at the end of my fucking stream and I just play randomly. And I never like set it up ahead of time. I should do that though. Anyway, I DM Shroud. I doubt that he'll fucking respond. And I kind of don't want him to respond because I feel like that's going to be really embarrassing if I play with Shroud. Because he's really fucking good. But fuck it. Like, I'll try. I'll play. An act is a season, not a count. Oh, it says new act, new me. He's just talking about fucking. Oh, never mind.
Match found.
Ray says she wants to do you, her, and Tar. You better make that happen. Yeah, I would. Oh, I like this map. You know what? You know what map I hate though? Oh, someone locked in Ray's already. God damn it, dude. Fuck. That's mine. That's my character. All right, boys, we got fucking Gamba. I'm apologizing. I'm apologizing ahead of time. I'm terrible. I'm apologizing ahead of time for being terrible. Did someone just get... Did you just get raised? Sorry for anyone maining or wanting to use raise. The showstopper is OP in this map. What are they saying? Remember when I almost... Wait, what the fuck? What just happened? Someone literally left because they couldn't be fucking raised, dude. They want to be Cardi so bad. They want to be raised so bad. 100K down currently, praying on her downfall. Sorry. I mean, it's okay. I'd pray on my downfall too. I'm not very good at any video games, and I'm especially not good at... All right, we got 28 million points on no. 27 million points on yes. It's almost an even 50-50 split, which is surprising. Hold on, I'm installing a Valo update right now. We might match on a LA matchmaking server. Dude, Megaphonics, you are literally portraying yourself in the worst possible way that you could. You know what I'm saying? Like, you straight up are like...
Yes, I'm pumped.
Like, dude, why? Why can't you stop yourself from behaving this way? And, like, behaving in a weird way? Why? Like, it's so weird. It's such a weird thing, bro. You're, like, openly stating that you want to stream snipe me. Calm down, brother. Well, you're currently one-on-one on stream. I have never played this map, so I have no idea what this map looks like. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. I wouldn't bet on me, but we do have a big fucking 119 level player on our team. It's a level 6, level 7, level 9 versus a 28, 16, 32, 23, and 13. They're way balanced. We have one unknown flexer with a fucking cracked ass, like, high level. The skill-based matchmaking in this fucking game is atrocious. In unranked, or in unrated. And also, I've never played this map. So, I have no idea. Levels don't reflect skills? Why wouldn't it?
Finally back out in the field. Let's go. There's so many new toys I want to try out.
I've never played this map. I have no idea what this map is. Oh, this is like dust. I did buy the battle pass, I think. I bought like the bundle or battle pass. I bought a bunch. Wait, did he lock me in here? What the fuck? Oh my god, he did. I can't move. Oh, that's a sniper, isn't it? Do I have 2 snipers in here? What the fuck? Oh! Ass clap. I don't think Shroud wants to play. I wouldn't want to play with me either. I shouldn't have even brought that
down
up.
B.
Tamam geliyor.
Last player standing.
6.5'da. Oo 6.17 şu anda saat. Eyvah.
Gear up. Stay safe. We're going back in.
How fucked up is it if I bail? I just realized I don't have enough time. Valorant is skill based. What? Is that gonna be fucked up to the team?
Let's make some chaos.
We gotta do it for the old heads, Hossie. Wait, what the fuck?
Multiple enemies B.
Last player standing.
Oh my god, dude.
3.
Oh, you can't even do it yet.
One enemy remaining.
4.
FF round 5. Okay, got it. Don't throw. Just don't throw. Dude, what the fuck? Is this how it's gonna be? Do I have like a... I'm surprised that even half members of this community that are like interested in Valorant enough that I would have snipers when I'm playing this fucking game. I literally thought that like... Unknown Flexi says loser. That's nice.
Put a shirt on.
I love that toxicity. That's fucking sick. Isn't Valorant also like you know, don't they fucking despise? Don't they straight up despise people who like are toxic? Don't you get like reported pretty often? So what the fuck is this? Oh, they clapped all of us, right?
Bring them down. Reloading.
What? Where's my gun? Woo! Grenade kill.
Boom.
One enemy remaining.
Grenade. What is that? Wait, I gotta put the fucking... Oh shit, I gotta plant the bomb. I forgot. Oh shit, I'm about to get clapped.
Spike planted. Out of charges.
Last player standing.
Ah!
Clutch.
Fuck.
Fair winds, tight corners.
All you had to
Time
do was
show off,
delay.
Jet.
I mean, I don't know how to do that, chat. What do you want? Aim a little higher where your teammates' heads are because it'll likely do better. Have Tarek tutor you? Tarek has asked to do that already.
Reset the tempo.
I was just like too embarrassed. I don't know why I even fucking asked. I don't even know why I asked like Shroud, to be honest. I already have Tarek that wants to do it. Why isn't that
Bring
door
them
opening?
down. Go, go, go.
Enemy B.
Grenade.
What? Why doesn't that door open? Oh! Oh, I was walking.
Last
Fuck.
player standing.
I keep forgetting. It's a one-way door?
Wind, show me where to go.
Can you turn your mic on? No, I'm not going to turn my mic on. I don't want to talk, dude. I don't want to talk in this game. I want to go this way. Not that it matters. No one is fucking... We're getting clapped. I'm going to surrender it in 5. Oh, wait. I literally have stream snipers. They're just going to rush A now. Right? Especially because I'm by myself. Let's see. They have literally been forcing B this entire time.
Spike planted. I found one. Grenade! Out of charges. Ow.
Last player standing.
Here comes the party!
Oh, shit. Fucked it up. Ah! Will it blow up? I didn't know what that door did, chat. I didn't know what that did.
Dreams are a funny thing. One little twist, and it all turns dark.
I mean, are they going to do it? I hope they say yes. It's 5-0. Come on, bro. We suck anyway. Bye, chat. Love you, Hasi. Dude, don't fucking openly showcase that you're like literally... Dude, we need a surrender! No! Fuck.
What's this?
Where are you?
How are they throwing this so quick?
You are powerless.
Reloading. Grenade!
Fuck! Wait, you can shoot through the door? I don't want to fucking, like, I don't want to... What are the repercussions of Alt F4ing?
You will not kill my allies!
I have to go. I literally have to go. Nothing? Okay, well then.
Bring them down.
I have to go. They didn't let me surrender. All right, everybody. I love you all. I gotta go. I'm so late. I forgot that dinner is like literally right now, and I'm a fucking idiot. And that's it. I mean, yeah, mods, you can refund that because that wasn't a full game. I mean, I don't know if we could have turned that around, but I wasn't really playing regardless. I wasn't playing really well. Refunding was 0-5. It doesn't matter, bitch. What do you mean? 9-1, you could turn it around easy. Even I know that. Anyway, guys, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow, okay? Same time, same place. Or 9-3, sorry, whatever. Peace.
Some push, that's what I'm needing. We never making right turns because it's so left leaning. Yeah, it's got that Soviet flag. That's when we crash. Nobody gets a fucking airbag. Yeah, it's got speed dial for them women. I need to take a ride in that shit for a minute. up north. That's why I'm tryna fuck Hasan's new Porsche. That's why I'm tryna fuck Hasan.